achieve victory.
My dear friend, I shall prepare a place for you to finally unleash your power at its fullest.
We will destroy the stifling sense of deja vu. DAC Irae, now my friend, let us celebrate the creation of a new world.
I'm gonna stick around and wait for that girl that always comes to see you.
She's supposed to be at school today, so I thought I'd split before she showed up and got on everyone's nerves.
I appreciate it, but if you leave without her, she's gonna be angry.
I'll take my chances, I guess.
Oh, and Mr. Fuji? I wanted to say I was sorry about what happened with Mr. Yusa.
You don't need to be sorry. He's responsible for all the stupid choices he makes. Too bad they have an effect on everyone else. Here we are again. It's Christmas. What was I doing this time last year? Whether you're ready for it or not, time just keeps moving forward. Of course it does. How stupid.
Ren! You can hear me, can't you? Hey! Look at me! Don't you dare ignore me! Ren, I know that's you! Would you turn around already? Hey, you! Ren Fuji! Why won't you answer me, you damned ingrate? Come on! My poor coccyx.
You look ridiculous. What the hell are you doing?
That's supposed to be my line, you know. And what's the deal with you ignoring me anyway?
I think most people would do the same if you started screaming their name like a banshee. Here, I'll help you out, Kasumi.
Oh, thank you. There, now that I have your attention, what were you thinking leaving the hospital without me? Did you just forget I said I was gonna come and get you?
I don't know.
That is exactly your problem, Ren. That stupid fight of yours landed your butt in the hospital, and since I'm a true friend, I was so worried that I came by to visit every day. Then you dare to leave without telling me, which meant I had to start running up and down the nearby streets like a maniac looking for you. So what does that mean you are? An ingrate, and I am not a banshee. You're picking a fight you can't win.
Okay, fine. You're right, I am totally at fault here. There, I apologize, so why don't you give me a break?
Yeah, well, I'm not sure that's good enough.
What do you want me to do?
Now that you mention it, I wanted you to join me. I already snagged a couple tickets. The Swords of the World exhibition! Oh, this is awesome. Some of them look like they're straight out of a video game. Like the highest level gear. It's sort of romantic in a weird way. Know what I mean? Like all the history and stuff. You okay? You're starting to look all pale and sweaty.
I guess it slipped your mind that I really don't like this stuff at all.
I remember. But you need to get over it. It's not like they're gonna jump out and stab you or anything. So why don't you like blades?
I'm not exactly sure why. Maybe no reason. It's just a gut feeling. Who knows where it comes from?
Oh, really? Why not use this as a chance to overcome your fear? This is a real problem for you, after all. You can't even hold a kitchen knife, and boys need to learn to cook for themselves nowadays.
Okay, but do you have to drag me around like this?
Hey, you can actually do this, can't you?
I don't...
Hold on! Now where are you going? A guillotine? Weird. I wonder what it's doing all the way back here. Sure, it's got a blade on it, but that isn't what the exhibit's about. We should go. There's something kinda scary about it.
doubt.
You... the same. Becomes the same as me. I've waited. Hey, I'm sorry. You were just discharged. I should have known better. Anyone in your condition would have gotten sick if they were surrounded by things they hate, wouldn't they?
It's fine. I'm the one who made things difficult for you. I didn't think I would pass out, though. It's pretty embarrassing.
Feeling better now?
I just need to get some rest. There's no need for you to worry.
Good, because tomorrow morning it'll be time for you to head back to school. I'll come by and make sure you're awake, okay?
Sure, but can you do me a small favor?
Huh.
Use the front door like a normal person!
Ugh. The door is a complete waste of time. Because this hole leads directly into my room. And that hole leads right into Shiro's room. Besides, it makes it easier for us to help each other out. And wasn't that, like, the main reason we moved here in the first place? It's fine, isn't it?
It isn't fine. If our parents knew we were doing this, they'd be rolling in their graves. And anyway, Shiro's not gonna come around here anymore.
You don't know that! I still believe he'll come back to us after he's sorted out his issues. So don't you dare seal up that hole to his room.
You're being delusional. He's not coming back.
Here, let me help you out. See you later.
Where am I? Damn, that felt so real.
What happened? Are you okay? Sorry, you just started screaming so loud. Must have been one heck of a nightmare.
Yeah.
What's going on? Kinda early to hear sirens like that.
Hey, did you hear? Somebody got murdered.
Yeah, it was gruesome. I mean, the guy's head was cut clean off.
Seriously? Man, that is so messed up.
It's just a rumor, but the person who found the body goes to this school.
Oh, Ren! Where are you going? What about lunch?
Sorry, I don't have much of an appetite. You can eat mine if you want.
Huh? You gotta be kidding!
Sounds like this is gonna be interesting. So what's up?
Hey. I'm cold. Like frozen. Please warm me up. Please, Fuji. If you would just give it to me, I would be so happy. Come on, dummy. Jack it off now. Much better. You're such a gentleman. You want some of this? It's a kimchi umeboshi sandwich. The The taste makes for a unique challenge.
That's gonna be a hard pass. So, what was it you wanted me to come up here for?
Oh, well, I suppose it wasn't really all that big of a deal. Just I'm glad you're out of the hospital, but I'm sorry to hear about what ended up happening with Shiro. You guys had always been so close. Why are you making that face, trying to pretend it doesn't bother you? The two of you were like best friends.
Last time I saw that guy, we were pummeling each other because he's an idiot that decided school was too boring for him.
I know how you feel, but actually saying it out loud isn't very nice. The two of you can't escape each other so easily. You'll meet him again, and when that happens, you need to try to make up. Both ISA and I are worried. Do you want Riza to give you a long lecture about why you should? That's pretty much her job, so I'm sure she could figure out how to sway you.
Riza? Oh, isn't she...
Yeah, Sister Riza. Big blue eyes, extremely well endowed. I think this is probably as big as I'm getting, but maybe I'll hit another growth spurt someday. What's with that look?
Oh, it's nothing. Haven't seen this friend of yours in a while. How's she doing?
All right. I say that, but the fact is I can't be sure. I mean, seeing a murder like that is really upsetting. I'm not handling it very well, to be honest. And the police kept us up all night. So many questions, like we would know anything. It's really scary, the kind of thing that haunts you for life.
Wait, so you actually saw the murdered guy's body?
Yeah, no head and plenty of blood. That's the bell. Just wanted to tell you that it's starting to get dangerous out there, and both of us need to be extra careful.
Hey, knucklehead! Where the hell are you? Did you forget you have a class to go to?
Oh, yeah? Must have slipped my mind.
Get moving! You racked up a lot of absences while you were in the hospital. If you miss any more school, you'll get held back. Is that what you want? Is it? Do you expect me to graduate all by myself?
Please, Ren, come back. You can't get me all worked up like that and then just tease.
Hey, what the hell is going on over there?
Don't stop. Your Mount Fuji is making me so hot. If you keep doing that, then I'll...
Hold on. Rhea, is that you? Ren, it's the middle of the day!
Oh no, you pervert. How dare you, you brutish young ape.
I hung up.
No, but if you do that to me, you're going to drive me crazy.
You're already there.
That's called acting, dummy. I'm simply trying to establish a whole seductive older girl who's teasing a younger student vibe between us for dramatic effect.
Yeah, I don't think I need that kind of drama.
Are you going to class or what?
If I go now, Kasumi's just gonna rip into me. Way better to skip.
I see. Thanks for letting me borrow this.
It's already dark. How long did I crash out? Kasumi.
You're a real headache, you know.
Let's go home. I said I was sorry that you had to wait for me, but you probably shouldn't be doing club activities this late at night anyway.
I was only there this late because I waited for you. Besides, I can use my bamboo sword to take down a murderer.
You sound really sure of your swordsmanship. Rhea?
Looks like. But who's that she's with?
No idea.
She's coming this way. Hey! Rhea! What's up? What are you doing around here?
Nothing much.
Did you know that girl with the dark hair?
No, she needed some directions. I was just trying to be helpful, that's all. Have you been up at the school this entire time?
We just now left there. I've been busy taking care of this one.
So you're taking care of me now, are ya?
What was that?
I guess I'm just trying to read more into everything. But it's all the same as before.
Let's go, Rhea.
I tried convincing myself. Because I wanted to believe. Even without Shiro, nothing about my daily life had changed.
Time.
And it most certainly is a pleasure to see you again, Father.
Enough blathering. Tell me how many of the others have already arrived at Shambhala?
Leonhardt, Zonenkend, Babylon, and Tubal-Cain all have come. As things stand, Spinner is the only one of our number missing.
Leonhardt's there?
Our little missing Valkyrie. Has that girl gotten any better at all?
You may find that out for yourself soon enough. The Vice Commander has prepared this unit, working tirelessly for the sake of the mighty Lord Hydric. And now the Ars Magna we have long desired is finally upon us. There is no evil, there are no sins, there are no further chains that might bind you. All taboos are rendered meaningless. Our divine Lord, our God, shall lead us all into this land, and you will take your sword in hand, and smite all those who would block our Lord's purpose. And we shall not leave a single thing alive in our wake. Now come, children, and join me in our unholy benediction.
Wilhelm Ehrenberg will serve.
As will Rusalka Maria Schweigerin.
In the name of the Longinus Dryden Orden Black Round Table, I, Father Valeria Trifa, call for blessings to be placed upon you. Grant us victory in the battles to come.
I've had the same dream every night, without fail. And when I wake up, someone is dead. Beheaded, as if by a guillotine. That's just crazy.
How'd I know you'd be up here? Come on! Just because you don't want to go to class, doesn't mean you don't have to go.
Light blue and white. Thank you.
What the hell do you think you're doing? Asshole! Ugh. You're perverted, rude, and worse, stupid. You're just awful. You should be ashamed.
Enough already. You've been chewing me out for blocks. That's what I was greeted with when I looked up, so I took the opportunity to immortalize the moment.
Oh yeah? Well, I took the opportunity to kick your ass. You did delete the picture, didn't you?
Probably.
What do you mean by probably?
No, forgive me. You have it all wrong, miss. I mean you no harm. I merely needed directions.
No! I told you to keep away from me!
Wow. I suppose we should expect to see more of this kind of stuff at a time like this. Being approached by a suspicious man with all these murders happening in town? I can't blame her.
Hey! Are you alright?
Whoa, hang on!
Do you need some help?
Apologies. I'm okay. Now.
You're really tall.
Come on, get out of the man's way.
Pardon me. Do you think you could tell me which way to go to get to the church?
Hey, Father, do you know Rhea? She's a friend of ours from school who stays at the church.
Yeah, but I haven't been here in almost a decade. The town's changed so much since then. I imagine she has too. I can't tell you how relieving it is to hear that dear Teresia has such good friends at school as the two of you kids.
Out of all the upperclassmen, Himuro's always been the coolest to us. When we first met her, she told us just to call her Rhea, but I guess Teresia must be her real name? I think she's actually, what, a quarter Japanese?
Indeed. And I was the one who named her.
Oh, that's cool. So that means you're sort of like Rhea's dad, huh?
Oh my, how very embarrassing. But yeah, I suppose it's accurate. I changed her diaper countless times and gave her best as well. And I also made a promise to do everything in my power to protect her. I do it all for the sake of love. Teresia! Oh, mein kleines Knudelbär! Daddy Dearest has finally made his way back to you.
Creepy. It's time for you to hit the bricks. Or better yet, die.
Oh, Teresia! When did your tender eyes grow as cold as a graveyard? No, I like them. The new look works.
Okay.
What are we supposed to do with this weirdo?
It's been a while since our last meeting, and so hard to believe the subtext of your speech has grown even more disturbing. So, Father Trufa, are you trying to get banished to the Mexican countryside again?
Risa?
You two must be famished after dealing with the father's nonsense. As an apology, I'd love to whip up some food for you.
It's starting to get late, so we'd better go. Thank you for the delicious meal.
And thank you for your help today. Father Trufa can be quite a handful.
Glad to help. Especially when I get repaid with such great food.
You think so? But still, I'm sure it can't be as good as Kasumi's home cooking.
Nah, she can be kinda lazy sometimes. And she doesn't make anything special, so...
You shouldn't say that so cavalierly. And if trying to flatter someone is your actual intention, you need to pick a different someone than me. For example, tell me, Ren, you don't know Rhea's birthday, do you? It's coming up soon on the 25th. She was born on Christmas Day.
Wow, is that true?
Riza, please mind your own business. I don't want to hear you talking about it.
Yeah, I understand. I'm sorry.
She's so shy. It's adorable.
So, yeah, Christmas. I'd like to maybe get you a present, if that's okay with you.
Sure. Thanks a lot. That's so sweet. We should get married.
Teresia, what did you just say, young lady? That's too forward!
She has to grow up sometime, so just knock it off!
I had a great time. See you tomorrow, Rhea.
Yeah, take care.
Fuji, wait. Pardon us. I had a question I wanted to ask him in private. You and Miss Ayase, were you both born here?
No, we weren't. Why do you ask? Ah, you must be worried about the recent spate of murders occurring in town. And you think we should move out to the country until this all blows over, don't you?
Yeah, am I that easy to read? And what about your parents, Mr. Fuji?
My parents? Well, my mother and father both passed away when I was still a little boy. Kasumi's family took me in after that and raised me like a son. And sadly, just a couple of years ago, we lost Kasumi's father.
Oh, I see. My condolences. Now then, I can only imagine how badly you'd like to meet them.
Do you mean meet the dead?
It's freezing out here! Can we go?
That's impossible. Once you die, it's over. You don't get to come back. That's why the here and now is so important. And I think anyone who can't understand that is crazy.
Of course, you're absolutely correct. That does sound crazy, doesn't it? Did you hear that, Leonhardt?
Yes.
And what do you think of that young man's opinion?
I'm not bothered. A person is free to have their thoughts.
Ah, in other words, you don't find what he said upsetting. How frightening. I joke, of course. But then, Shambhala has always been a place where the crazy are born and converge. Correct or not, if someone falls into its green net, they'll be tested. I'll allow you to make the decisions on the ground for now.
And I will be able to adapt as I see fit? Whatever you command of me, O Priest of the Grail.
Huh. Oh my, what do we have here? I suspect you might be another toy of our Vice Commanders. You poor thing.
No way. This can't be happening. I didn't... It wasn't me. It wasn't me. I didn't do it.
Your taste in prey is excellent. I am impressed. Looks like your reflexes are rather sharp as well. I am extremely fortunate to have found you. You going to just stand around staring? You are able to speak, aren't you?
Hey, trying to run isn't going to get you very far. My, this little one is quite interesting. It's almost as if he's actually trying to resist my Nochzere.
So, what do we do, Marius? Want to play with him?
Hold on. You are the ones that Mercurius sent to us, are you not? Did he give you some kind of message?
What?
Does Karl Kraft ring a bell? The hooded Mercurian mystery man? You've seen him, haven't you? And you did this because he compelled you to.
No, I don't know anything. I didn't kill her.
Buffoon. I'm only going to ask you this one more time. You sliced her head off, did you not? Because that shitheel Mercurius told you to. Yeah, that's right. You know how I like to have fun. And if you're faking it, I'm sold anyway. But I'm not the patient type. I get bored quite easily. And if I think you're holding out on me, then, well, I might not wait for your answer. Get your filthy claws off me, you vermin. Last chance. You murdered her, isn't that right? I'm getting sick of this. Okay, Marius. I'm going to kill him.
How did I know that you would say that? Fine, do as you feel. Always so predictable. I suppose torture is too delicate of a task to expect out of you. But please, do try not to mangle the head too much. I should still be able to use it if I have to.
Sure. I'll see if I can restrain myself.
What is this? What's happening? I'm so confused. What's going on? I killed that woman? But why? I don't understand. And who the hell are these people? What do they want from me?
Time to die.
He's gonna kill me. No. No!
Show me the path that I was meant to tread upon.
Maybe you do have a tiny bit of survival instinct in you. But you should put in more effort like you actually have something to live for. Tell me, you went to visit the church earlier, didn't you? Did you have some fun? Did it make you happy? I suspect you care for those friends of yours.
Stop it. Stop it. Don't you dare.
So maybe I'll kill them when we're through.
Shut up!
Looks like you aren't interested in running anymore, but that's not enough. Show me your power.
Power? The hell?
Don't worry. I'll take it easy on you. I won't even use my weapon. Hell, I'll only use one hand, and you can use whatever you want. If I'm a good enough sportsman to give you this much of a break and you still don't satisfy me, I'll have no choice but to wipe this town off the map! The force of the Longinus writes in Odin's Black Round Table. I am Wilhelm Ehrenberg, aka Kazakh Bay! This is the part where you say your name. Don't you know how to fight?
You want to know my name, asshole? Then make me tell you!
You're messing with me, aren't you? Is that really all you've got, kid?
I wish that I could make time stand still. Because I didn't want my meaningless everyday life to end. I wanted to protect it, to keep going, no matter how many times it repeated.
I've fallen madly in love with you. And I swear to release you, darling. Grant me a finale that I have not foreseen. Dearest Marguerite, my goddess, my beloved.
Bay, explain what's going on here.
Are you really asking me that right now? Can't you tell for yourself? I'm testing this one's strength. And if he just dies here, he's obviously not who we were looking for.
Then he's passed the first round of testing. He's survived this long, which is good enough. And this matter does fall under my jurisdiction. You must not disobey my orders. We understand one another, don't we?
10-4, Roger. Signals loud and clear, miss. But one quick side note.
Which is?
It's simple! Where the hell do you get off thinking you can touch me with your filthy little monkey paws, you tramp?
What the hell are you doing, fool?
That's supposed to be my line, you upstart bitch. You're just a pathetic baby ape who hasn't lived a quarter century. You think you can talk to me like an equal? I get it. You're horny. The action gets you going. You two filthy little monkeys can't wait to bang each other's brains out, isn't that it? Go ahead and get started. I enjoy watching.
I'll kill you.
Just try it.
This is the kind of problem you get when working with barbarians. Apologies. I had hoped to be able to watch you a little while longer than this, but that's quite enough for today. I must stop these two before things get messy. We shall have to pick up where we left off another time. It's been a lot of fun.
doesn't make any sense. A dream? It has to be. Just tell me it's a dream, damn it! Can't let anyone know about this. Kasumi. Rhea.
No fever, but you're not looking so good. Do you want to stay home?
No, I'll go. I just need a little time to get ready, so go ahead without me.
Okay, but don't push yourself. I'm shocked you're still interested in going to school. That's rare for you. Well, I guess we'll meet up in a bit, okay?
I used to hate school, but last night changed a whole bunch of stuff for me. Right now, I want to go back to things that feel normal more than anything else. Hey, Rhea. Are you leaving?
Uh-huh. Are you just now getting here or something?
Oh, yeah. Rough morning.
Well, be careful, okay?
Hello! Did you sleep well, my friend? We meet again, Ranfuji. My name is Rusalka Maria Schwägerin. And the girl with the scary face is Kei Sakurai. This schule of yours is rather lovely. I like it here. The classmates know, so let's try to be friends. Doesn't that sound pleasant? Just you, Kasumi, Ayase, and us. I'm certain we're going to have a spectacular time. I see. You'd like to know what for after, right?
Uh-huh. And what are you doing here at my school? No. Why did you come to this town? And that woman. Why did I... What the hell is happening around here? You're planning to do something, aren't you?
You want to know? But once you take that step, you may not be able to come back. The truth is, we aren't certain about you yet. The information we have might be incorrect, and we're in no particular rush. Enjoy what's left of your ordinary life while you still can. You know how quickly things can change on you. But hey, know what? I suppose I could tell you the tiniest bit. We're here for a reason. There's something we want. For decades, we have bided our time anticipating this moment. And now our wish can come true. No. We're making it. That's why we came here.
What do you mean, decades?
Hasn't anyone ever told you it was impolite to discuss a lady's age? But yeah, that is the situation. This plan of ours is indeed a very old one. And we could not care less about how it affects the people living here now. Treating your elders with respect is a virtue, isn't that right?
Shut your mouth! I don't know what it is you psychopaths want. But if you and that albino were planning to hurt the people around me, then...
If we hurt them, then what? What exactly will you do? Just so we're clear, I wield the kind of power that could crush this entire schule in under 10 seconds. If you want to continue this conversation, you'll have to come up with a way you could possibly win. Boy.
Hey, Kasumi. What's going on with you? Anybody in there? Earth to Kasumi.
Oh, sorry about that. I drifted off.
Well, it's time to get out of here. Are you gonna skip out on kendo practice this afternoon?
I'm going, just like every day. All club activities have been canceled because of the murders, but I've been feeling uneasy and a little practice should take my mind off things. What are you gonna do, Ren? Go home and enjoy the peace and quiet?
No, I'll stick with you. Walking home without a bodyguard is far too dangerous to even try. I'd feel so weak and vulnerable, I'd want you there to protect me.
You'd feel vulnerable? Doesn't sound like you. Oh, okay. With a sense of duty, I will once again give my all unto the princess.
As it should be. Work hard, sweet
You're
prince.
supposed to be the damsel in distress. You sound too bossy.
It's crazy. Can't believe it's been a week. Damn it! I'm sorry, Kasumi, but I can never tell you what I've done. Whoa! Kasumi! What in the hell do you think you're doing?
Hey, what's up? I zoned out. Is something wrong?
Well, for starters, there's that.
Oh, wow. Did I do that?
Look, I'll clean everything up here. You go and change. Then we can head home for the day.
A bunch of people already died! Why else do you think all the grown-ups at school said we need to go home in groups?
Yeah, whatever. I have better things to do than hang out with scaredy cats. Buzz off!
No, I don't think so! We're not about to let you go off alone, are we?
Whoa, don't look at me. This isn't my problem.
Hey, wait for us!
Stop pulling!
Those kids really remind me of how we used to be way back when.
Yeah, I know what you mean. You, me, and Shiro. We were just like that.
Shiro would come up with some crazy plan as usual.
That I would inevitably try to talk him out of.
And yet I would somehow always get swept up in the craziness.
But sometimes you had fun with his crazy plans, right?
Did I? I mean, I guess so. Do you remember when the girls' shower at the swimming pool was broken? I might have been responsible for that.
Oh, really?
Shiro had gotten into some weird type of fortune-telling he found on the net. He told me to keep an eye out for the girl with the mole on her right breast, and when I found her, she would be my soulmate. We climbed into the attic to get a better view of our prospective candidates, and then I saw her. It turned out to be you. You should probably get that looked at. Boing. There, story time's over. Now let's get going.
Hey! Pervert! Now you've made me mad! You're gonna have to make this up to me, you know!
Seriously? This is where you wanted to go? Why'd you make us change clothes?
If we went out in our school uniforms, we could get in trouble. Of course I changed. Is that so crazy?
Nah, I guess not.
That's right. And this is your punishment for peeping. I'm gonna drag you around here with me all night. By the way, thank you, Ren.
For what?
You were trying to make me feel better, weren't you? You've always been like that. You really care about the simple things. You do everything you can to make sure our little ordinary life doesn't fall apart. Sometimes I get worried about you because I think you do too much. When it comes to stuff like that, I know you. Whenever you get that look on your face, it means you're trying to hide something from me. I can always tell when you are. This is for you. I'm a bit early, but it's your Christmas present.
Oh.
I know you're not big on jewelry, but think of it as a symbol. to remind you that I am and always will be on your side. You never told me why you and Shiro had that big fight in the first place. You're bottling it up like always. You have a bad habit of leaving me completely out of the loop, Ren. And frankly, it's frustrating.
I'm sorry.
So whenever things get hard, I want you to come right to me. If you need someone to fight for you, I'm good at kendo.
Yeah, I know you are.
I want to help you out in any way I can, Ren. Always remember that. Always. So, is there anything I can do for you? Anything at all?
Certainly, but there is no need to ask. My luminescent goddess, I have fashioned the ultimate necklace to adorn your beauteous flame. Now then, let us begin tonight's Grand Pignon, shall we?
Things seem to finally be set in motion. Come, behold. Cast your gaze upon this most holy relic. You can see the synchronization has begun as of now.
It already has enough sacrifices to activate, does it?
Ja. And as I'm sure you remember, this is where Kirkheisen fell, now 11 years ago. Thus, the souls required to open the swastika are already in place. But at the time, those conditions had not yet been met, and a delay was deemed necessary. It's entirely possible the murders in town are an attempt to get the process started again, all to prepare the stage. Though this guillotine should already be complete in and of itself, it does not need any lesser souls. You understand that, don't you? The power that dwells inside this relic.
In preparation, I shall go and personally supervise things.
Now, Cagliostro. Tell me, what do you want me to do?
No, you have it wrong. That isn't my name. I'm Ren. Ren Fuji. And what do I call you?
My name is Marie. I've been waiting here for a very long time. Tell me something. I need to know.
What was I doing? Kasumi! Where are you? Damn it. This can't be real.
Stop! Hold on, young man! You can't go in there! Hey!
Kasumi! Kasumi! Where are you? Kasumi!
What's the matter? Aren't you going to call her? You'd sort things out quickly that way. But no, you already know what the answer is.
What answer? What do you mean?
Once upon a time, there was a powerful mage who had gone mad. He secretly controlled a certain nation's army and changed them into inhuman monsters. The man's name was Karl Croft. His second name was Mercurius. Did you know the symbol of Mercury? It's a two-headed snake. The snakes wrap in from both sides of the central stave. One decoy, one real. The purpose of a side character is often to prepare the stage for the main character. That girl did everything she could, and all for your sake. But even if she were killed by someone before her time, she could be replaced.
Shut up.
Of course, I'm sure you already knew all this. Isn't that why you subconsciously chased after her? That was how Bay and Malleus got their hands on you. Now, there's one question I don't have an answer to. Your little friend that you were with that night, if she'd been caught and killed, what would you have done?
I told you to shut up! What are you even talking about? I don't know what you're—
Stop lying! We both know the truth. We have arrived, and we're prepared for total war. I'd gain some power soon if I were you. Or else the game can't begin. Then everything she's done will be for naught.
I want to help you out in any way I can, Ren. So, is there anything I can do for you? Anything at all?
Very well, I'll be watching. Do your best.
What the hell is going on?
Ren, you're here.
Kasumi! What are you doing here, you idiot?
Hey, this is Kasumi. I'm a bit busy at the moment, but if you need something, please leave a message.
This can't be right. Did you do all of this because of me? Then this isn't your fault at all. I won't let anyone blame you for this. I can vouch for you. You aren't the kind of person who's even capable of this. So let's just go home, and we'll be done with it, like it's a bad dream.
Rejoice, for this merely marks the ending of the prologue. An opera offered up unto my dear friend and my beloved goddess. Sing, dear child, for you are the featured player in this season's company. I know all that was, is, and shall come to pass. My universe eternally and equally repeating. A perpetually recurring cycle. Deja vu crashing like waves on an infinite ocean. All I yearn for is an unknown moment. Grant me the salvation of a grand finale I have not foreseen. This is the one opera that you are always destined to sing, child. For you know that what has been lost can never be regained. And no amount of wishing will change that. I've heard it now!
I haven't lost anything yet that I can't still save! I'll protect it all, starting now! Just don't drag people that aren't involved into this!
But I am involved. Why would you say something so insensitive? I hate it. You really hurt my feelings. So what? Am I really not oblivious about everything that's happening? Have I been getting in your way or pulling your attention from more important things? Am I totally useless as far as you're concerned? Well, do you honestly believe I can't do anything? There's got to be something I can do to prove how helpful I can be! It's beyond frustrating. It makes me feel so small. So I did what I could. Did my best. My best to help you. But it was such a tough job, I didn't know where to start. I was completely clueless. And then I focused on it as hard as I could. And this seemed like the best way for me to help. Are you proud? I really hope I can help you out again soon. You drained it. But why, Ren?
You should know that by now! Because I care, and I don't want you to have to keep doing this any longer! This thing belongs to me, Kasumi, so it responds to my words before anyone else, even you. Though, it seems to have the wrong idea about what I want. But you don't need it to be useful to me. You're always helping me out! Without you, I would have come unglued a long time ago. That's why I need you to stay where things are still bright. Or else, I'm afraid I might get lost in the dark. And I apologize for being so selfish. But I promise that I'll come back for you. So wait for me.
You're right about one thing. You were totally selfish. And yet I stick by your side. I must be a special kind of idiot.
Could this be? This pain I feel, it's delectable. I can sense Lord Hydric is nearby.
It seems the first swastika has already opened, hasn't it, Father?
Yeah, only 7 others remain. And what is the investigation I requested? Is it complete, Spinner?
Indeed. And the findings were precisely as you expected. Johan's alive, and he's close. Very close.
Is that so? How marvelous! Of course, now I see it! The Vice Commander's approach is truly inspired! What a mad genius! Then that's it. I'll need to hurry to set my next move into action. I'm going head-to-head against the mind of a devil.
Well, from my perspective, you aren't that far from being a devil yourself.
Get some rest, Kasumi. I'll take it from here. I swear I'll defeat them.
Ren! You and I need to have a little chat, mister.
What's the matter, Ayase?
Hi, Rhea. I was just looking for Ren.
I haven't seen him. Is there a problem?
Kinda. I'm starting to wonder if he's trying to avoid me or something. He left without saying anything this morning.
Did you get into a fight? Anything like that?
I've been thinking about it and I can't come up with a single reason. It's weird, my memories have been all fuzzy lately.
That must suck. It sounds confusing.
It totally is, that's why I wanted to talk to him, but I haven't been able to find him anywhere. Ah! Where'd you run off to? Ren!
You look like you're in pain. Are you trying to avoid that friend of yours? That's definitely a good idea. Right now, you're too dangerous.
Shut up. If you don't need anything from me, why don't you leave? Or else.
Or else what? What are you going to do? Kill me? You're too weak. I'm barely trying and you can't break free. If you want to get stronger, come here later tonight. I can tutor you in a number of skills. Like how to use this.
And thus, certain factors of interest have developed once the stage has finally been set. But of course, nothing in this world is certain. I believe there are still matters that require our undivided attention. Specifically...
The war that Lord Hydric seeks mustn't be a half-hearted engagement. That's what you ought to say, isn't it? The death of lesser beings will not grant entry to Valhalla. An enemy must be powerful, and our victory a symbol of our unrivaled glory.
Yeah, therefore let us take another step. For the benefit of our Lord Hydric's return. As our mess is standing for the present moment, I issue the following order. For the purpose of achieving our goal, we'll assist the enemy.
And that is the situation. I've been ordered to make you more competent and capable in your abilities. Some of my colleagues opposed the idea. However, I did not. Which is why I was assigned to train you. That, as well as the fact that we're the same age. I'd be more empathetic in theory, which would make it easier to train you.
What do you mean?
What I mean is I'm not nearly as old as the others in our organization. I think you'll find that you and I have a great deal in common.
I sincerely doubt that. Didn't you say your friends were trying to start a war?
We are indeed. But this is our situation for the time being, so there's no need to be rash. And if you want to fight back, you'll have to get stronger. Got it? To better understand, I'll start things off with a basic rundown. First, let me tell you who we are. As I've mentioned before, it began generations ago with a single mage. Mercurius, Karl Croft. During World War II, soldiers and criminals alike gained power with Mercurius's assistance. Including him, there were 13 in all. They became the Longinus Dreitzen Orden Black Round Table. That is who we are. But several of our numbers are now dead or gone. Some have been replaced, while some seats remain unfilled. Roughly a decade ago, the 5th seat became available, and I've been a sitting member ever since. And just like the rest of the group, I have a wish that I want to come true. Has anyone told you about that yet?
Your friend mentioned wanting something, but she didn't say what.
Then I won't reveal it to you either. One's wishes should be private. I can tell you that after everything's been said and done, we're basically just a bunch of losers. We've been a bizarre group from the beginning. If we wanted our dreams to come true, we'd have to make it happen unconventionally.
And so you'll start a war?
Yes, but to wage a war, one must have an opponent. Although he's the second most important member, we have to rely on Croft. He promised that at the right place and the right time, the right opponent will be prepared for us. We shall conquer them and make our dreams come true. Which means we are destined to defeat you.
That doesn't make any sense. The hell are you saying? I haven't got a clue who you people are. Or who this Mercurius guy is.
That makes no difference. Clueless or not, you're the target. If you don't think it's fair, complain to Croft. All of the veterans dislike the man. I've heard that he can be pretty nasty, as are most of the higher-ups. Ever since the last Great War came to an end, several of them have disappeared. Croft is one of the missing. I don't know them, but the word is they're all monsters, which may be the reason they were selected. And I've heard if the war proceeds, they will return.
So what you're saying is, the guys at the bottom of the totem pole, like yourself, have to satisfy the important ones at the top?
That's right. Otherwise, my wish would never come true. Croft bestowed us with some incredible magical abilities, the most important of which ties us to a weapon, thus imbuing our bodies with power. These weapons are known as relics. Most are bound by a curse. They eat the souls of humans who fall to them, making us stronger and therefore tougher to kill. If we slay 100, we gain the energy of 100, which makes us far more powerful than the average human. That's why you couldn't lay a finger on Bay when he confronted you in the park. Obviously, kicking and punching have no effect, but neither do firearms or explosives. He has killed countless people to become that strong. Now you have the same potential he did. You have a weapon that turns souls into power. Since it's a spell, the more experienced you are with it, the more you can do. But you're still a ranked amateur. The lowest level is activity. Next is formation, then creation. No one has reached the highest level, so what it is exactly remains unknown. But as far as you're concerned, this is where you are. Activity. At this stage, you can activate your relic with just a thought. For example, blades fire invisible slashes. That may all seem quite impressive to you, but this stage is highly unstable. Since you haven't mastered your relic, the power is low and it's easy to lose control. At the very least, you need to reach the formation level. There, your relic can take on physical form and turn into a weapon. If you can't do that, Fuji, you won't stand a chance. Which is why, that's what we'll work on first. We'll start off with the basics.
Well, look who came out of hiding! That was totally inconsiderate! Where the hell have you been? Listen, I'm not sure what happened, but lately you've been acting kinda weird. You even sealed up the hole in the wall. I guess I might have done some things that I shouldn't have, but I can't remember. I want to know if something's going on with you. Tell me, did I do something to make you want to start avoiding me?
What do we have here? I hope we're not interrupting anything. Don't tell me. It's a little lover's quarrel?
Oh, no, that isn't it. He started being all weird and aloof out of nowhere.
Did he? You don't say. Bet I know why.
I'm sorry, Kasumi. This isn't how I wanted you to find out, but I actually started dating Sakurai just recently.
Oh, wow! That's great!
Wait, so you guys are like an item?
Totally together. Yeah?
Yes, it's been a whirlwind romance.
She gets super territorial about our relationship. I'm trying to be mindful of her feelings. I hope you understand.
I'm sorry, but from now on, it's my job to look after Fuji. I do appreciate you taking care of him for this long.
Oh, sure. I understand. I apologize for being so oblivious. It's not fair. I thought we... I'm so sorry about that. I wasn't watching.
Of course. Finally, I understand. You're the soul that resides within the guillotine, isn't that right? When did that happen? And how is that even possible?
I can touch you. Just like Cagliostro said I could. You're still fine even though I'm touching you. I'm happy. Your face is so warm. When I know it, I'm sure you can.
I'm not entirely comfortable around blades. Whenever I see them, bad memories come flooding back. But you're a good person, aren't you? I can sense that. And I want to help, because you deserve to be happy too.
Hey, sleepyhead. What are you doing?
Good evening.
We're out looking for Padre Goldilocks. Have you seen him?
You mean Father Trifa? No, I'm afraid I haven't. Why do you ask?
Because Rhea here is perpetually saying scathing things to him.
So this is my fault now?
Well, it certainly wasn't because of what I said.
So he ran away from home because you were mean to him?
You know what? You're a rotten judge of people. He's actually nothing like he seems.
Well, that's the situation. You be careful out there too, okay? Cheers.
Wait, Riza. I wasn't done talking. So rude.
Well, that's bizarre. I'm positive he came this way before I lost sight of him.
Hello. Is something the matter, Fuji? Fancy running into you in a place like this. Did you need something?
No, sir.
I can assume those two asked you to look for me, didn't they? It's all quite embarrassing when you stop to think about it. It's patently obvious those ladies don't hold me in the highest of regards.
I'm sure that isn't true. If you ask me, I think they were worried about you. Maybe it's time for you to head back to the church.
Yes, perhaps. But then, in my own way, I'm concerned for Teresia as well. It's truly depressing that she fails to understand that. By the way, I was wondering if you were in love with Teresia. Sorry. I suppose that was a bit of an odd question. Farewell, then.
Wait! impossible. I imagined it. I must have. What's up? Is everything okay? Yo, Kasumi! Hey!
Your girlfriend is a real cutie pie. Makes me want to gobble her right up. My name's Rotterspiele, and I love your work.
Listen, you messed with the wrong person. That's your last mistake.
You bastard! Welcome, dear boy. You're just in time for tonight's feast. Allow me to introduce myself more formally. The 10th seat of the Longinus Dreisen Orden Black Round Table, Rotterspiele. And it's a pleasure to meet you. It's useless, boy. Right now, you can't cut through them. Leonhardt was supposed to have explained it to you. I'm using the formation level. Here's the relic can be given tangible form to create a weapon. If you can't compete on the same levels, then you haven't got a chance. Just like everything else in this life. Your eye shows the fire that is in your spirit. I must say it's quite inspiring to behold. I'm sure you've been told this, but we all truly wish for you to become stronger. And so Leonhardt will provide the lectures, and I will administer the practical examination to see what you've learned. But just between the two of us, I have no intention of becoming your enemy, despite what the others may desire.
The hell do you mean?
There were no hidden meanings in what I said. Honestly, I'm not like the rest of my order. And although I believe you will help us reach our goal, you must prove that you can do the work required. Don't be afraid to cut loose. I want you to show me what you got. Wow, she fell to pieces. Now you will show me. Oh. Are you serious? I want only to see your power, not your insanity. Oh.
I'll kill you. I swear. I'll kill you, bastard. Formation.
That's something. So the child of a monster is himself a monster. Well then, so be it. If that's the case, it's time for a real show. You're taking this too far! Priest of the Grail, come save me! Don't underestimate me! Did you think that was it? That I'd make a move without any insurance?
No, of course not. But did you honestly think I couldn't guess what you'd do? Farewell, Spinner. Die within the swastika.
My God! Not yet!
It isn't in here either? Where could it have gone? Oh, sorry I barged in! I seem to have misplaced my phone and thought that it might have somehow ended up in your room. And there's also a bunch of random things I left here scattered around, and I thought Sakurai might get mad if she came by and found all my stuff.
Kasumi, I'm so glad you're here. I mean it.
Irae, the executioner, ran away. He got scared when he saw he had to execute a priest. So what should we do now? Cancel the execution? That is not an option. Someone else will do it, no? You do it. Why me?
Go on, mon ami. Justice must be served, and your aunt can see it done. Do it and make this child proud. Think of our family legacy. The time to make history is now.
Please allow me to be the one! I'll do it! Viva la revolution!
Thrust into a world of violent change. This is the story of her birth. Marguerite Broyle was born beneath the shadow of the guillotine. The shadow remained.
Mon petit chou, Mama and Papa are through working. Let us hear your voice.
Blood, blood, blood. All it wants is blood. Give the guillotine a blood offering. Blood to slake its thirst. So the blood does flow. The guillotine thirst is never quenched. Only sing it once. Blood, blood, blood. Blood, blood, blood. All it wants is blood. Give the
She never had the chance for an ordinary life, even as a child. To the townsfolk, she became a source of terror. They all knew the awful story of her birth, for they had been there. Reflecting back their darkest selves, she was ostracized for reminding them of who they really were.
Get out of here, you dirty witch!
Well? Say something, why don't you?
Everything about her was different. As if she was something alien, a stranger born into the world of men.
Blood, blood, blood. All it wants is blood. Gives a guillotine a blood offering. Blood to slake its thirst. So the blood does flow.
Singing underneath the guillotine's blade, she was the most beautiful sight I'd ever laid eyes on. I knew at the time I was witness to a miracle. I've fallen madly in love with you. I kneel down before you in absolute adoration. Sweet flower. I offer this to you, my unending praise. And at the end of it all, you will save me. I promise. I shall channel my whole spirit and create a goddess to reign over this world.
A dream? Strange. Was her life really like that? Is she a ghost? In any case, it seems like her soul is strong enough to linger since all of that happened. But what does she want? And what does it have to do with me? Maybe she helped me to unlock that power during the fight.
What the?
What's going on in there, Ray? Are you okay? What the hell do you think you're up to? Now, let's hear whatever flimsy excuse you've got. I want to know how this happened, and I want to know right now.
All I know is that I don't know.
Ah!
I swear I don't know what's going on! Wait, the lock! I must have forgotten to lock up last night!
Are you trying to tell me that a naked blonde girl just fell into your bed the one time you conveniently forgot to lock up for the night?
I don't know what to say, but please stop shaking my head!
Now that I think of it, this doesn't add up. I can't imagine you actually picking up a cute girl and bringing her home like this. Besides, you're not enough of a stud to pull a girl like her and date Sakurai. And you got all huggy with me last night. Oh crap! You're a total scumbag player! We can get through this! Our friendship is strong! If I don't have your back on this one, then nobody will!
I don't understand how this just happened overnight. Is it because I achieved formation? I must have somehow given physical form to her soul in the dream.
Aw, are you having a moment? Sneaking a little eye contact in, are we?
No, look, we can't just leave her here all by herself, can we?
No, I guess not. But she definitely can't leave the house only wearing a sheet. I'll go grab some clothes. Hang on a second.
So, hey there. You're the girl from the Golden Beach, aren't you? And I suppose that somehow I summoned you? It's crazy, but you're really here. Oh man, I hit the freaking jackpot!
You sick, twisted perv! Neanderthal! Now, let's see if we can find out what the story really is with Marie.
Since it's our day off, time shouldn't be a problem. But there's really no reason for you to tag along.
Sure there is. I can't just leave it to you now, can I? You probably just want to drop her with the police and let them handle it, don't you? I can't stand it when people act like that. It's totally heartless. I'm sure she has her reasons for being here. So that means we have to be a little bit nicer. It's Christmas after all. And also she's a foreigner, which means we should be doing our best to make her feel welcome. We want people visiting Japan to fall in love with our beautiful country. We're all global citizens. This is the 21st century, you know. It's time for a broader view of the world as a whole than what we were given. But maybe a man with your limited faculties can understand.
I understand that you're already proving to be a horrible influence on our impressionable new friend.
You can shut up! Now let's get back to it. We're spending today helping her. Okay?
Somehow, that doesn't happen whenever I'm with her. What is it that lets me be able to touch her in the first place?
Hey, Ren! Let's go!
Yeah.
Oh, man. I couldn't eat another bite.
Okay. Sorry for making you wait. I hope all that stuff we did today didn't wear you out too much. Well, that's good. It ended up being really fun. The entire day was a huge surprise for me. Actually, I haven't had a day this good in a long time. So thank you. You're pretty strange, huh, Marie? But I hope you understand. If people find out you're staying with me, they might start to think we're...
It's okay. That was a promise from the very beginning. I know because Cagliostro said so. I want to stay with you, Ren. Truly.
Say, do you mind telling me a little bit more about that Cagliostro guy you mentioned?
Hi. I'm sorry to interrupt. You look busy. Could we talk for just a second?
Who in the hell are you?
Name's Irae Hanjo. Shiro sent me here. He wants to see you. Will you please follow me?
As you can see, all is proceeding as planned. I will see to everything you leave in my care. Farewell. Was there something else, sir? Not Hydric, you cannot mean. Are you certain?
All right, kids. Come on down. Let me be the first to welcome you to the depths of our bottomless pit. Shiro's been hanging around down here with me ever since the two of you had that little scuffle.
Hey, it's been a while. Knowing you, I'm sure there's a lot you'd like to say right now. But why don't we get the pleasantries out of the way first, old buddy? Glad to see that you're doing well.
Glad to see you're the cocky dumbass you always wanted to be.
Don't be so harsh. You still pissed off about that? You're out of the hospital, aren't you? And it isn't like I did any permanent damage to you. How about we relax and let bygones be bygones? And although I didn't bring you down here to show off our new girlfriends, I gotta say, she's a real cutie. Where'd you find her?
Don't pretend you don't know the answer to that. If I'm being perfectly frank, a lot of strange things have happened recently. You're aware. You've been watching the whole time, right?
No, not at the very beginning. Just a little the last few days. But I'd heard what you've been up to. Hell, I've even been backing you up. When Kasumi was covered in blood and you had to carry her home, it's pretty lucky you didn't run into anyone, isn't it?
That assignment was a real headache from the start, and all this jerk ever does is bark out orders to me. I'm the one who does all the work.
So what's your game? Don't try telling me you're doing this because you're the sentimental type.
How cynical! But you are beginning to catch on now, at least. Look, you and I had a little disagreement, didn't we? Unfortunately, we never settled the score. But I think I may have figured out just how we can accomplish that.
Weren't you the one who said we should let bygones be bygones?
This is a completely different situation. I just wouldn't feel right leaving it unfinished. I'm gonna stop beating around the bush and be straight with you. We want to play a part in this mess you're caught up in. And whoever's still standing at the end will be the official winner of our fight.
Are you really that dumb? We're done here. If that's all you wanted to say, you've wasted our time.
You aren't leaving yet. Just so you know, we've been dealing with these freaks of nature and their magic a lot longer than you have. And now they seem to want something from both of you. He's had the occasional run-in with them ever since he snuck out of the hospital. Personally, I've spent the better part of 10 years planning to stop them. It was a family tradition started by my grandfather. All these murders in town are a sign that they're back.
So you aren't the only one who's rumbled with those monsters.
We got our asses stomped.
But we're still alive.
To boil it all down, Ren, we're trying to say that we'd be useful allies to you. Besides, there's still so much that you don't have a clue about, isn't there? For instance, details. We know about the Longinus Dreitzen-Orden.
They're super wanted fugitives, as bad can get. If we were to take out just one of them, we could earn enough money to party for 7 lifetimes.
The money? Is that what you're thinking about? This isn't a dust-up between rival gangs!
The money was merely meant as an example. We aren't going to pretend that it isn't part of it for us, but we know they're as dangerous as a den of vipers, and they're here now, slithering around in our city. Just awful, isn't it? Which is why those of us who live here need to ask them politely but firmly to leave. In other words, I think we feel the same way about them as you do.
I can do something about them, but neither of you can.
We'd only die at worst.
That's right! And I refuse to help you commit suicide.
Now I get it. You're different because you've got a trump card hidden up your sleeve, that's all that is. You can fight because of her. That's the real difference between you and us, right? I might not know all the details, but I think I get the basic idea. In exchange for the intel we just gave you, any chance you might fill us in on how that works?
No chance in hell. You know that's the way I've always done things.
Of course. And back at ya. You know the way I've always done things.
Listen, man. I came here because I wanted the opportunity to see you again. You were there for me and Kasumi through the years. So thank you. That's why I won't let you charge headfirst into death. That would make Kasumi sad. And me as well. I'm sorry. I wish I didn't have to drag you along through that.
I actually thought it was kind of fun. Something about you suddenly seemed so sad. Is it because you and that other man had a fight? What happened?
Shiro and I had been partners in crime as far back as I can remember. Both of us had our secrets to hide, things we didn't want getting out. He backed out of our agreement. That's why I couldn't bring myself to forgive him. But if I'm being honest, now I realize that I was the one who most wanted my secret to come out. I've been afraid to do so many things in my life, but he just jumps right in. It's scary and infuriating, but I can't run from it. What just happened is a perfect example. It's sort of like looking over the edge from the roof of a building. If you fall, you know you'll die, but you still have to look. That's the way it goes whenever I'm with him, and I always end up hating myself.
But he's your friend?
Yeah, but I'm not sure why. Maybe there's some part of me that wants to be a little more like him. Deep down, maybe I want to spiral into self-destruction. I'm such a drag. I sound like I should be on suicide watch. I just want to make my own decisions, to live a life of free will. Especially with all that's happening. Listen, Marie. I don't want you to be with me because that's what somebody else said you needed to do, understand? I want our relationship to be an honest one, built on mutual trust, where neither of us ever has to hide who we really are.
Oui. I hope it'll come true. It sounds perfect.
Marie.
Good evening, Fuji. The priest of the Grail wishes to speak with you, and he'd rather not wait. We can do this the easy way, and you can just come with me. Or if you choose to resist...
How stupid! Get the hell out of here! Not bad, kid. Even I am impressed. You managed to kill off Spine. I never would have guessed that. Looks like I underestimated you. This form might not be an absolute disappointment after all.
Bay, you know better than this.
Enough! I know you're trying to tell me this isn't the place. Too bad that's the way things go.
Passing stallion enters into the fray. I remember it first happening when I was a kid, maybe 10 years ago. There was some trouble going on way too close to home, so I decided to solve it the fastest way I knew how. The whole time I felt weird and disconnected. I thought, this is familiar. I feel like I've already done this before. It was déjà vu. That's where you do something for the very first time, but it somehow seems like it's your 100th. No matter what I try, I haven't been able to shake that feeling. Calling it shitty doesn't even come close to describing how frustrating it is. I can't use it to plan for things ahead of time because it won't let me see into the future. Instead, everything just seems played out. It's boring. I want a surprise. That's why I live life on the edge, hang out with society's rejects, and do whatever I can to kill this déjà vu. I'm not afraid of dying if that means it'll stop. Hell, it'll be worth it. First time I'd feel alive in a decade. But here's the kick, and this is where it starts to get really weird. Whenever I feel this déjà vu, for whatever reason, no matter what I do, I just can't die. A passing stallion enters into the fray. Hilarious, huh? Like a third-rate pulp hero who just can't lose. One of God's miserable playthings.
Shiro! What the hell's wrong with you? I thought I told you to stay out of my business!
Shut up. Hate to break it to you, but my life doesn't revolve around you, Chief. I'm the star of my own story, understand? So maybe you should stay the hell out of my way.
What are you doing? Who do you think you are, barging in like this? Looks like I need to teach you not to pop out of nowhere babbling nonsense while I'm working!
Déjà vu. You've done all of this before, Milky. And it's the same damn thing with me. Come on now. You can do better than that, can't ya? Or else I'll never shake this feeling.
This new one. Who's he?
Know what? I've changed my mind. You can have the kid.
I understand.
Looks like our new playmates have settled on a plan of attack. No backing out. Don't give me that look. You saw what happened. It's pretty obvious I can hold my own with these creeps.
Seems like it. But remember what I told you. I refuse to help you commit suicide. So don't die on me, you dumbass.
for an ordinary human. The way that you move, you're used to this. But is that all? You dodged that one. I was even putting little effort into it that time. So be it. Looks like you passed the test, so just barely. Why don't you tell me what your name is?
I'm Shiro Yusa. Though that won't matter. At least not to you. Because you're gonna be dead here in just a minute.
Oh, is that so? Because you kill me? Tough news, boy. I can't die at night. They would never let that happen. They want to keep me alive. So be proud, you little punk. It's been almost 40 years since I've used this technique in a fight with a regular human. And when I get like this, I can't hold back. They all start screaming at me, telling me they thirst for blood! Does that hurt? I bet it does. Rounding just makes your blood sweeter. I won't let you get away!
I'll ask you once again. Are you interested in coming with me?
No way in hell!
How very surprising. I wouldn't have guessed you'd turn down my offer. You realize you're not like everybody else. And neither is that cocky one. He's your friend, right? You share a similarity. At your core, both of you are oddities. Just as I'd expect!
Of what? The playthings of some deranged old mage? Well, screw you! If anyone's the oddity, it's you freaks!
You might not understand, but I feel completely useless when I look at you. I had to work hard to get to the level you're at right now. You have no idea how long it took or how many had to die. And you proclaim with pride that you don't like to fight. Those you treasure stay by your side, a happy child who loves and is loved. Denouncing the horrors that I represent, I'm sure it makes you feel like a hero. I envy you, so you must pay. Formation! What's wrong? You don't really believe you can just run away, do you?
Lionheart, still so naive. You should know better than to underestimate a desperate human. This could have been dealt with far more cleanly. No matter. This is where we are.
What the hell? It's impossible. He's been a part of this thing too?
Allow me to introduce myself once again. I am the priest of the Grail, third seat of the Longinus Rites in Orden Black Round Table, Valeria Trifa, aka Christoph Longren. A man who is cursed to become both holy and evil by a certain person who answers to countless names, but you may call him your father.
Yeah, they're definitely gonna go at it. Just hang in there till then. He's coming up on your 6.
Got ya. Doesn't even do me a damn bit of good.
Aren't you an interesting fellow? Surely it can't just be blind luck that's keeping you alive.
Yeah, well, if you ask me, it's just because you suck. There's no way you're gonna be able to kill me right now. At least not without trying a hell of a lot harder!
You little verm!
Okay, now!
That's it. The time has come. It's the day of wrath. Leonhardt will probably die from fear, stupid girl.
Now then, since you have calmed down a little bit, as Leonhardt had mentioned, I wish to speak with you. It's about a subject that is near and dear to both of us. I've brought it up to you before, but alas, I did not get an answer. Tell me, boy, are you in love with Teresia? The curiosity has been gnawing at me. If given a compelling reason, could you end her life with your own hands? That may be the only way for you to defeat us.
That's enough! I don't know what you're saying, but I know she's not one of you. Not a chance! And don't treat her like some kind of bargaining chip!
Oh, no? Then what are the rules of engagement, pray tell?
All I'm gonna say is, I won't let her die, and I won't kill her. Is that clear enough? I'll beat you and end this for good!
I applaud your vigor, Fuji, but it's completely foolish. Do you honestly believe that you could win? We're on a level far beyond your comprehension. Your goal is futile, absurd, laughable. You would put your faith in love and thus secure victory? Do you honestly believe that? Such a naive fantasy. Do you hear the words from one so pure of heart? Heydrich, my lord.
Not bad. I admire that you refuse to surrender. Your soul is worthy of being an adversary. Behold, child. I am known as Reinhard Heydrich, or Mephistopheles. That's the title your ancestor bestowed upon me. A man who is very much like the devil, one might say.
Ren. I'm so confused. Who is that man of God like? Something about him makes me feel... No, I don't even know how to describe the sensation.
You feel fear.
This is fear. I don't like it. And his power is so great.
You're right. I have to stop him. I must. I'll defeat him right here!
So be it. Come on, then.
Take a good look, Leonhardt. That is our Lord Heydrich. Master of our order, and without a doubt, a true monster.
His soul's incredible. He's managed to absorb all that power.
Yeah, he is the commander of a spirit armies that numbers into millions. His soldiers are our warriors who fell during the Great War, the Einherjar of Valhalla. And thus far, only 2 swastikas have been opened. You should know by now what that implies. How much power he's left untapped.
Then that means he isn't even remotely serious about this fight.
True. Right now, Lord Heydrich is but a shadow of his full glory. No one knows what he'll be when that comes to pass. And I am afraid to find out. I only know one thing. His is an evil that was born in the wrong world. His mere presence destroys everything that comes across his path.
What's the matter, boy? Don't tell me that was the sum of what you're made of. Dance beautifully for me, bastard son of Karl. That was the promise from the start. On my mark. Take aim. Fire. Never defeat me as long as you're afraid. Disappointingly, you lack the love for war. Thus I shall teach you, young one. For I love everything, equally. I don't concern myself with good or evil. My love is the gift of utter destruction. I destroy everything. Everything in this grand universe. Until I discover something I have not already destroyed. Until the day I overcome this deja vu. I do it all in anticipation of the Dies Irae. No! Marie!
It hurts. I'm scared. And I'm sad. It's the end. Ren.
So you've awakened, dear Marguerite. I've prepared a small party in your honor. I hope it is to your satisfaction.
Who are you?
Did he not tell you? Carl and I are very old friends. Or perhaps he gave you a different name to call him. That must be, yeah?
Cagliostro?
He has spoken of your charms to me a great deal, I assure you. His words, a woman like a goddess. He has strange tastes, and always has, but I'm inclined to agree with him this time. And now I put the question to you. What do you think of me, my dear?
What I think?
Your answer?
I'll tell you. You let everyone die, you destroy them. You turn everything into whatever this is. You are an absolutely horrifying person.
I see. My pit, the glory stirs fear in your heart. But that means something is amiss. The goddess for whom I have waited to join me should be one who is incapable of feeling that way towards others. Emotionless, and thus infallible. Put simply, I was led to believe you had no heart.
You was the cause of this pain.
Indeed. My love is complete destruction. And with this Valhalla, I shall conquer all that stands in my way. I told you, I would teach you how to love, my Liebchen.
I'm afraid. Please don't. I don't want your love. Your entire world is wrong.
Then we shall not receive heaven together. There's simply no need for two rulers. Come celebrate. The war has at last been declared.
Finally, after all this time, it's a success. Welcome, Zarathustra, bastard child of Karl Croft. No, that doesn't feel right. I've got it. How about Ren? A lotus flower of hope raised up from the mud. From now on, you'll be my son. You can come live with us. I'm certain my wife and daughter will love you and make you very happy. We'll care for you until you're ready to bloom.
Ren. Ren. Is that me? What am I?
Maybe I knew from the beginning that no matter how hard I tried, I would never have a chance for a normal life. That everything was ephemeral, like a dream. Lurking beneath the surface of my everyday life, the real world was waiting to tear its way in. That's why I hoped against hope that I could make time stand still. That what we had could go on forever. That I'd never lose what was important to me. I wished that this future would never come. But fate doesn't care what you wish for.
Marie! No! Marie!
Where am I? Damn! It's no use! Marie! Marie! Are you there? Hello?
Hi, Fuji. How are you?
Rhea?
Hold on. I'll unlock these chains for you.
Are we inside the church?
We are.
The basement?
That's correct.
Is this your secret fort?
Don't be such an idiot. You wake up down here in chains. Isn't there anything you want to ask me? Like why you're here? But the only thing you care about is finding out where you are. Unbelievable.
I've already learned the information I most wanted to find out from you. Look, it's pretty obvious to me that you're on my side. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here doing this, now would ya?
You're a nasty perv, right? And supposedly I'm a wicked woman. Somehow, in the end, I always knew this day would come. Everything in my life was merely a dream. And there was no way the forces that be would ever give me a shot at something normal. Now, first things first, we have to close our eyes. Let's stop listening. Stop talking. Stop breathing, and never move. Keep your heart as hard as stone so you feel nothing. Don't notice anything. When I did that, Fuji, I started thinking that everything I knew would just cease to exist. Simply vanish away. I was so frightened of doing anything,
Listen, I felt the same. Maybe I knew this would all happen someday too. So I looked the other way, pretended, ignored what I didn't want to see. But it isn't too late. There's still time to do something about it. I refuse to give up hope. In my heart, I know I can be free from this one day.
Then, will you make love to me right here, Fuji? If you really want to do something, then take me right now. And if you can't do that, then just kill me. I've always felt like I shouldn't be alive. Like I'm out of place. Sorry. Joking. Do the rest yourself. Bye.
No! Please don't leave me down here! Hey!
You give up so easily, Teresia. That must be rather disappointing for poor Fuji. If you come up with an idea, you should see it through to the end. Of course, There are certain things in life about which nothing can be done.
Shut up! I hate you, you jerk! I don't want to talk to you ever again!
Rough day, eh, Fuji? Allow me to apologize for Teresia's rudeness.
I want you to tell me where she went.
I cannot say, but she did seem somewhat upset. Generally speaking, I try to stay out of her way when she gets like that. Given the right circumstances, I'm willing to take a slap. Just not here now, you understand? It's adulterous. Come with me, Fuji. Lord Hydric is waiting for you.
So what? You're saying she doesn't know anything about what's going on?
Correct. She was born in this era and had lived a normal life until recently. Though, having grown up with creatures like us around her, normal may not be the most apt qualifier in Teresia's case. But one mustn't blame her for that. The human mind always finds a way to see what it wants to see, especially without proof to contradict those thoughts. She may have a vague sense of unease, but it isn't enough to act upon.
That's only because you monsters kept her in the dark and fed her lies.
I cannot deny that fact, though Riza deserves most of the credit, of course. But for now, you should worry about yourself and forget about her. To be quite frank, the last thing I would want is to be in your shoes right now, Fuji. Know that I speak from the heart when I say this? I wish you the very best of luck. Lord Hydric is a man unlike any other. You must not make the mistake of judging him as an average human being.
Sign, is it... kill? Slaughter? No, not quite. I know that sigil.
Hagal. Destruction. The end. The death of the old order owns the power to make it happen. The unstoppable force of nature. Pure calamity. The twilight of the gods. The final war. It is Dies Irae. Long have I awaited its coming. Please take a seat, boy. You need not to be so afraid for now. The Grail Priest no doubt frightened you as he brought you to me, but I place great value on politeness. As the master of this place, I know how to extend hospitality to our esteemed guests. Now then, do sit. Yeah, I see. An interesting choice, I'll give you that. Quite symbolic, one could even say. Tell me, do you have any idea which seat you've chosen?
No clue. And I honestly don't give a damn. Just tell me what you're planning to do to me.
Do to you? I simply wanted to have a conversation with you face to face. Every fraction of every single moment. I'm aware, testing my perceptions for the slightest hint of the unknown, and contemplating how I might better sense the undetectable. In other words, I'm a prisoner of déjà vu. I thought that would be the easiest way to explain my experience to you. I remember this moment. I have repeated it an infinite number of times, without even the most minute deviation. At this point, I can no longer dismiss it as a mere hallucination. Not since the first time I met Carl.
You mean Carl Croft?
Yeah, a stranger man than most. It is said that he has possessed thousands of appellations over the years. Such as Faust, for example, Saint Germain, Paracelsus, Cagliostro, and of course Mercurius, which is, I believe, the most well-known.
That's ridiculous! So what, he's been alive for countless centuries? Do you really believe that crap?
What if I do believe it? Would that change anything? Besides, that's not the important part. His power is what mattered, and he was quite interesting. His objectives matched my own, and so there were no problems between us.
What objectives?
Make it stop. This déjà vu. After meeting him, I formed a friendship with the man. And thanks to that choice, the whole world now seems blurry. My life had always been passionless, but this was somehow even worse. I have never felt a sense of achievement at any point in my life. And without free agency, there isn't a sense of satisfaction. No matter what position I held, what glory and honor were heaped upon me, I never had a sense of fulfillment. But why? Like Carl said,
the truth is, you have yet to use your strengths to the fullest.
Cliched, perhaps. Like a boy's fantasy of being drunk on omnipotence. But he also shares the following with me. The closer to the extremes, the more cliched you are. In other words, I seem to have been born into the wrong world. But he said controlling myself would be untrue to the core of my very essence. If I turn to truly face the world head-on, and this world is consequently destroyed, then my love is that destruction. It is my wish to both embrace and destroy.
Whatever. You kill millions so you can feel satisfied?
What else can one hope for from this life? Two things, specifically. A situation in which I have no choice but to use the full extent of my power. And one in which that follows is completely unknown to me. This is not my world currently. Thus, I must create the new world that should be, and release the flow. I must forge a mountain worthy of climbing, and then ascend it. That will be the end of my déjà vu. Because I love everything, I will destroy everything and paint it over. I once sacrificed all of Berlin, but it still was not enough. It's no secret. The result of making a world to rival the law of déjà vu simply shifted it into another dimension. Like two great powers staring at each other from across the expanse of the sea. Therefore, to invade, I require a sacrifice now. And that means...
this whole town?
Indeed.
Really? Everyone that lives here is just a tool for achieving your goals?
Your outrage is directed at the wrong man. If it were not for our persistence, this town would never have come to be. Lovely Shambhala, the Eastern Paradise. Ever since World War II, Carl has been making this Eastern Jewel into a second Berlin. A special place with 8 ley lines. Manifest 8 battlefields on those points, and sacrifice countless souls in our wake. The resulting magic will give you a city-sized relic, a swastika. A golden alchemical circle that will grant my wish for an end to my plight at long last. And of the 8 sites, 2 of them have already been opened. Thus, 6 battlefields remain between us and the end. A great deal of blood, and a soul's penitence are required. Do you understand? And that is where you come in. Conquer the 8 battlefields here in Shambhala, which will allow me to manifest. Refusal will only result in the deaths of the masses being meaningless. You cannot refuse. Tell me, Ren, what will you do now? You understand what is happening, so it's time to decide. Will you withdraw or advance? Show me what I haven't seen before.
Give Marie back to me. You have got nothing to lose. You might get that surprise you've been waiting for. The unknown? Yeah, I'll show it to you. But that'll be the last thing you ever see, Reinhard.
How delightful. Bravo. Yeah, truly splendid. I applaud your efforts, Carl. It would seem your education is paying off too well. But I have to admit, though the process is already on track, waiting is a bore. Him risking his life is known, thus pointless. Perhaps I should simply accept it as a pass to the gospel. The ending is nigh. Take her. I bid you farewell for now. You will not run. You have vowed to defeat me, so keep your word. The final battle is coming. I promise my legion and I will give you the fight of your life, child of Karl.
He vanished. Man, I sure talked a big game, so let's hope that I can back it up. What the hell do I do now? It doesn't matter. Hi, Murray. Welcome back.
What's this? Where am I? That man, he stabbed me right here. Please, no! Don't stare!
What?
I'm embarrassed! Tommy!
Wait, no! Hold on a sec. You weren't particularly worried about your modesty when I woke up next to a naked you in my bed.
No! You're trying to confuse me. You're too close anyway, so back off!
Why are you acting like this?
Now then, that's enough waiting. The farce is over. Bay, Malleus, Leonhard, Babylon, and Tubal-Cain. Dawn approaches, and when it comes, the long-awaited war will begin. Let it drive you to the very depths of madness. 2 swastikas have been opened thus far. Both sites have received their requisite sacrifice for our great Lord Heydrich. The first was Lady Kirkeisen. And the second, Spine. These 2 were deemed worthy of receiving the golden blessing. But 6 sites still remain, and 6 of us to open them. Thus, everything should work out. Assuming we don't get greedy. Our Lord Heydrich, as always, wants blood. He hasn't changed a bit since the old days. I suggest you all keep that in mind when you act as his fangs and claws. I'll allow 3 more, which will bring the count up to 5. And then we'll see where things stand. One last thing. If possible, please try to avoid choosing the same day. For a war is preferable to a massacre.
May our victory be swift and merciless.
But I am left to wonder one thing. Will Lord Heydrich wait for us to achieve our objective? I, for one, am not inclined to think that he would.
Samiel, I task you with opening the 5th. You'll need to force it, so feel free to get rough. Then play with them for a little while. Pound them into shape.
Jawohl, Lord Heydrich.
It's unbelievable. The bridge has been completely destroyed. The cause is still unknown, but multiple reports say that some kind of giant destroyed it. Many find this answer to be suspect, claiming the supposed giant to have been a gas-induced hallucination from a broken line. The besieged city of Sawahara has already been plagued by a string of grisly murders over the last several months.
What's going on? This is no time to go to school! Besides, I'm too worried about Ren. He might be in trouble. I can help.
Hi.
Hi?
Bang, bang.
Hey, what's up?
You want to explain this note you left me, Honjo?
Oh,
Yeah, but back to this note.
Huh? Oh, you mean the one about taking Kasumi. She's right here.
You big dumb jerk-faced tough guy wannabe! I thought you were dead! But no! You've just been clubbing!
Shut up already! Would you just cool it, you psychotic gnome?
Who are you calling a gnome? And if anyone...
You could hear that, right? She's perfectly fine and full of vim and vigor. Same for Shiro.
Okay, that's reassuring. The note had me worried, but you did save me some trouble. I couldn't let Kasumi go to school right now with this whole situation we're in.
It didn't seem like she was planning to go anyway. But you're right, this definitely isn't the time for anyone to head up there.
Stop! My arms
So tell
aren't
me.
long enough!
Are you interested in talking with us about what's been going on now?
Yeah. You have information, don't you? I want it. But first things first.
Yeah, I know.
Yo, Ren, how goes it? What's the word, turd?
Cut the crap!
And don't tell Kasumi about that fight the other night, or any of this other stuff!
Yeah, fine. Looks like you'll owe me one, though.
Hey, wait! Are you talking to Ren? Let me talk to him, okay?
No way! Stop it! Get off me! Here, come on, you can tell me instead, okay? So have you made any progress with him?
What?
Huh?
What do you mean by progress?
Oh man, you're gonna stay a virgin forever. Heartbreaking.
Stop being gross!
Well, should we get back to business or what?
Sounds like a rough situation. So this Rhea girl was leaving her okay?
Not with me, no. But the priest told me something while I was there.
I know I haven't given you many reasons to trust me, but I would like to say this at least. I have no intention whatsoever of hurting Teresia, I assure you.
Do you trust him?
Of course not. But Father Trifa didn't seem to be outright lying to me either.
It's pretty clear she's tied up in this somehow.
If you'd tried to take her when you left, the situation could have gotten way uglier. So don't worry. You made the right decision, considering the circumstance. Seems to me what you've got's an intel problem.
And that's where you come in handy, Honjo. The 8 places these freak show fascists say they've set up across town. You know where they are, right?
I do.
Suwahara City's been home to a bunch of weird companies for a long time now. If you include places even remotely under their influence, then the list covers pretty much everything. Like you may have heard, this entire town could have been built for their nefarious machinations. At least that's what my grandpa always told me.
Grandpa?
Yes, dimwit, have you already forgotten the name of the hospital you and Shiro were both taken to? Guess what? My parents are in charge of the place. Honjo General Hospital?
Your family's loaded and you act like that?
What are you implying, Ren? Back to what we were saying, because of my family, I know all the shady stuff about this town. And these things you call swastikas, there are 8?
Yeah, and they said 2 of them have already opened.
Any idea where?
Yes, probably the park and the museum.
Then at least half of the remaining 6 should be pretty obvious. My hospital, the school, and the church. But I'm sure you already had those on your list, didn't you?
Yes, I did, though I only figured out the hospital after what you told me. The other 3, I don't have a clue. And it's important that I know.
The amusement park, the city tower, the civic hall. That makes 8. And we'd be foolish to overlook what most of these focal points have in common. Outside of the church, the rest of them see a lot of people every day, which means no shortage of souls for their sacrifices.
What will you do? You can't realistically protect all 6 places at the same time.
Right. I'll go up to the school. Yeah, I know it's selfish, but I have to. Also, Sakurai and Rusalka were up there. They can't be ignored.
All right. I had a feeling you'd say that. The bridge was destroyed, and there are pictures of the giant all over the internet. With all the chaos that's been going on, everybody staying in their houses for a few days would be the most favorable outcome. But Japan's been at peace for so long. I doubt you can count on that.
You think you could do something about the people at the hospital before it's too late?
I'm certainly going to do whatever I can.
Fair enough. Thanks for taking the wool off my eyes. I owe you one. I'll pay you back somehow. So you gotta be careful, okay? See ya.
Are you done talking? Look what I found, Ren! I borrowed Kasumi's school uniform. We are going to the school, no? Does it look good?
Yeah, you look gorgeous. I mean it. It's time to go. Come on.
Everyone's acting so strange.
You're right. And worse, Sakurai and Rusalka are nowhere in sight. Rhea either. Which could mean they've already got a plan to prevent anyone from escaping. And somehow they got every student to show up. Might be hypnosis or something. But if that is what's happening, why aren't they here? And where the hell are they? They were able to orchestrate this right under my nose.
Ren! Come sit with me. Your eyes, they look so tired. You haven't had a chance to rest at all. So come here and sit down. It's really quite nice.
Thank you. My stomach hurts.
Is it because you're hungry?
Yeah, I guess. How are you feeling, Marie?
I'm feeling okay for the time being. Would you like me to go and get something for you?
No, stay with me. I don't particularly want to be alone with my thoughts right now. The company is much nicer. But thank you.
Tell me everything. I want to hear all about the things you used to do when you came to school. This building reminds me of a castle in a certain way. It's so big. And since there are so many people that are around the same age, I bet you had a lot of fun here.
Yeah, it was fun.
Tell me about it.
Sure. Kasumi, Shiro, and I have been friends as long as I can remember. They're both dumb and noisy, which meant they were both magnets for trouble. But I think that was part of the fun. I wished it could keep going on forever. I'd always go up to the roof when I felt like getting away. My first year here, I met this weird older girl. Then Kasumi came looking for me, and it ended up being somewhere we would go to hang out. Shiro was always a bonehead, and Rhea would eat the most stomach-churning sandwiches. To think, not so long ago, the four of us were together all the time. But things have changed.
Oui, now you've got me as the fifth person. Well, is that okay with you?
You bet. I'm sure it'll be fun. That's a promise.
gemacht. Danke for a hell of a time, boys.
They're here.
Yep, so it would seem.
Whoa, wait! What's going on, you guys? What is that?
Thanks. Stash her somewhere, would you?
Of course I will, but Ren's not gonna like it that we lied to him. If we let her die, he is gonna be super pissed.
What was that? No way. A swastika?
In der Nacht, wo alles schläft, wie schön den Meeresboden zu verlassen. Ich hebe den Kopf über das Wasser. Welch Freude, das Spiel der Wasserwellen. Durch die nun sehr brochene Stille rufen wir unsere Namen. Herr Schwarzes Herr, wir belten Wind. Welch Freude, sie trocknen zu sehen.
Bravo! That was actually kind of impressive. I didn't think an old crone like you could pull that off. And welcome. But you know, if I'm being honest, you weren't the one I was expecting.
Oh, you're talking about Bay right now, aren't you? Just between we three, he seems pretty smitten with you. But I do have a bad habit of taking other people's things for my own. But why? Why would I do that? Because I enjoy depriving people of the things they want. Oh, how precious. That almost tickles. But it also feels kind of good.
Isn't your territory supposed to be the school? Was cosplaying as a schoolgirl starting to hurt, old bag?
No, I'm taking that on too. I'm mean-spirited, greedy, and always ravenously hungry. So won't you indulge me? Let me feast. Feuer! Täter ungern nachsehen! Oh, how adorable! You knew you could never win the fight, but you still gave it your all. Now then, kids, do you have any final words you'd like to share?
Deja vu again? Boring.
You're Yon City, old lady.
I'll crush you, Verm! What the hell was they talking about? Vermin like that never make any sense to me at all.
So, what are you doing here?
Sorry. I swear it was never my intention to get in your way while you were working.
How about you tell me why you've been sticking to my ass like a damned shadow? You've been following me for several hours now. I was thinking you'd kill me at any moment, but I get an apology instead. Explain yourself.
I had an errand that needed tending to in a place you were already headed. I was hoping to make my way there as quietly as possible, so I tailed you this far, which seems to have only worsened the matter. Even so, there's a silver lining. This situation is fixable.
You think those words will work on me, especially after you dare interrupt me for your own purposes. You should know better than that. If you really want to apologize, then tell me one thing. What was it you and Spine were up to that had to be kept so secret? From the outside, it looks like you were trying to shut him up.
Oh dear. Species that act based on intuition makes things so difficult. Very well. The Zonenkin's bloodline. That's what we were looking into before Spinner died.
What?
It's the one who activated the swastika in Berlin so long ago. Do you remember him? Isaac, who was absorbed by Lord Heydrich, became the core of Valhalla. His mother was our very own Riese Brenner. Isaac had a brother, if you recall.
Yeah, his twin. Johann, was it? Whatever his name, I was told he was dead. Don't tell me.
Yeah. Johann's death was a lie. Riese fabricated her dear boy's passing. Most likely she didn't want to see him sacrificed as well. In other words, there was a second Zonin kind. And I wonder, where can that bloodline be found today?
Ah, I see now. Of course. I should have known sooner. You're playing your own game.
Yeah. And I shall use every piece that has been prepared for me. As the acting leader of our order, that is the justice I must see done.
Mutter? It's Mutter!
Hello, Mutter!
Mutter, look here!
I did it, Mutter!
My darlings are all so clever. Keep up the good work, Liebchens.
Job, Mutter!
We promise!
I don't feel good.
I love you, Mutter. Mutter.
What the hell is going on in this town? These cases are making less and less sense.
You can say that again. Anything from forensics?
They say the blood is definitely human. And we're not talking about a dozen people. There's gotta be enough blood here for at least 100 murders. But the bodies all this blood came from are nowhere to be found. Almost as if they had been eaten.
So for now, the girl we found at the scene is our only real lead?
Afraid so. She's got a lot of questions to answer. So keep an eye on her.
And what about the other one? She said she didn't know anything.
For the time being, we'll let her rest. But make sure to keep an eye on that girl, too.
Understood.
You ungrateful fool! You'd rather be a soldier. Don't you care about breaking from our family's duty?
Murdering people? It's all the same, Irae. So I'd rather take on a new job that I can be proud of. It's definitely preferable to taking over a family business like ours.
How dare you! I hope you die out on the battlefield, you pompous ass!
That was it. I've never seen Grandpa so mad. So I don't really have anything to go back to when this is all over. Well, I don't regret my decision. Now then, it's your turn for story time. Tell me. Mein Kameraden. What are you doing? Just enjoying the view? You must be cold. Then again, I'm guessing you probably don't get sick. Was there something you wanted to see?
Oui. The roof. You said how much you liked it.
Did I?
You did. Don't you remember? The school roof is where the group always met up. I'm getting some practice in. Then I'll be ready to become the 5th member. I thought spending time here would get me used to being up so high. I wonder what kind of conversations we'll have on the roof. What will we do? What new things will we try together? I'm getting excited just thinking about it. I can't wait for us to start having fun. This place is très magnifique, no?
You want to be the 5th member? Not sure we have that number anymore. Why the hell didn't Honjo tell me that the club was one of the swastikas when we talked? There's no way she didn't know. Shiro must have made her, but why? Did she want to kill herself? Idiot! Because of that, they're both...
It's okay. They're both still alive. I'm sure of it.
Oh yeah? What makes you say that?
Because I've come to realize that I've never really seen you smiling. Instead, you have such a sad expression, almost always ever since we met. It hurts me to see you looking so morose, Ren. It's as if you are telling me you wish we had never met.
It's not that.
So I made the decision. Said I'd work hard to make you happy. So please don't worry. You can cheer up, Ren, because nothing sad will happen. And if it starts to get that way, I won't let it keep going. You see?
Yeah, you may be right. When something happens, I always focus on all the bad parts. I mean, if Kasumi was able to survive the attack, maybe they were able to survive it too.
Oui, try to look on the bright side. Listen, Ren. I've changed. I'm not the same as I was when I first arrived. It's strange to say that about oneself, but I can tell. Ever since the Golden One skewered me through the chest, I've become something different, sort of like waking up. And since then, it has felt like I can understand you better than ever before. I can say the same about Kasumi as well as both Ray and Shiro. Almost everyone I've met. I've had to deal with so much sadness, but there's happiness in there as well. And that's the part that's so dazzlingly bright. It's become dear to me. But do you think this change is bad? Since it came from something he did to me, do I need to throw it all away? That would make me very sad. I'm afraid to lose it.
No, Marie. It isn't something bad. Hold on to it. I don't know what Reinhardt and Mercurius are thinking, or if what you feel has anything to do with them. But what I do know is that I like you much better this way. I want you to stay like this. So if what you're feeling is important to you, then you shouldn't doubt those instincts. What I want for us is for us both to never feel like we need to hide who we really are. Do you remember talking about that?
I do. And you're right. I'll try, I promise to.
So that's the look you went with? That outfit doesn't work for you. Not in the least.
The only one who thinks that is you, boy.
Are you sure you really want to do this, sister? I'm not letting you through, so you should give up now and go home.
What about you? Will you leave, Fuji? Why don't you take Kasumi while you still can and run far from here? I cannot let you take anyone else, but I can allow you to take her.
We aren't going anywhere, so I suggest we try to do this the easy way. For Rhea's sake, I'm telling you to turn around and get out of here. What kind of world are you going to leave for her? Do you honestly think she'd be happy to have a killer in her family?
Thank you, Fuji. I'm flattered you think so highly of me and care about Rhea. But I fear I cannot. I cannot afford myself the luxury of compassion, to be kind like you are. This is the kind of woman I am. Rhea knows and expects nothing more. She dislikes me at best, and I am frightened of her. Leonhard! Stole him for me, won't you? I will open the swastika here.
Understood.
You are naive and far too optimistic. It's hard to believe you are descendants of Karl Kraft. For what it's worth, you are a fine young man, Ren Fuji, but here things will end horribly for you. Whatever made you think I would come here alone? You won't be able to protect anyone like that.
Hold on! Don't look to her, Fuji. First you have to get past me. I'll fight with my true strength this time so that I don't bore you.
Your true strength?
Correct. Don't you remember my tutoring? There are different levels of ability based on our experience. First activity, and then formation. Those are the only levels you've achieved. But I rise above. Creation level. Remake the rules. The ability to form a world which realizes my soul's desires. I decided, Fuji, that I would never forget my vow, so my desire could be made flesh. Like an eternal flame burning in memoriam. Creation! Koko ni, Amatsukami no Mikoto mochite, Fujima ni Irae tei no Isamai Suraku! It's useless. Flames are unbreakable. You can't cut through them. So... now I've become them! You can't stop me!
Who's there?
Oh, so it seems you found me then. It was my intention to remain unseen.
You aren't fooling anyone. Despite all the noise outside, no one woke up. No one took off in a panic. That was your doing, wasn't it? I never asked you for your help, so...
Now, Risa, you wound me. We've known each other a long time. I think I know you better than you give me credit for. Going around killing hospital patients while they flee in terror isn't exactly your thing.
No, it's not. But if you'd be so kind, please leave me. I'd prefer not to be seen while working.
You despise yourself for being a murderer?
Indeed, quite funny, isn't it? Too little, too late. But that's simply the way I've always been, I suppose. Wishing only to bask in the drama. Somehow gnawing guilt makes me feel more complete.
Is it because if you forget about your doubts, you'll lose the last vestiges of your humanity?
Perhaps. Much like you. I don't want to kill, but killing is a necessity. I will not favor from the course I've been set on, but I want to continue having that uncertainty. It's hypocritical and cowardly, but at the very least I can be thankful I didn't end up like you.
Riza, I must know, when you were pregnant, who was the father? You had 2 sons, isn't that right? But you allowed one of them to escape his fate. This much I know. In this dark drama, how did you come to your decision? To sacrifice one son to the Black Round Table and let the other live as a human? Was he too much like his father? Did you fear the other half of his blood? Is it that very same fear that continues to drive you to abandon Teresia?
That isn't your concern.
Oh, but I think it is indeed, Riza. I love young Teresia, as you well know. But I am uncertain as to her exact origins. And so, I'm left to wonder if this feeling can really be called my own love. Or, perhaps they're not more than the emotional stains clinging to the body I inhabit. Thus, I wish to find out for myself, and I know just how to go about doing it. Because the other son, the one who you freed, the one whose happiness you longed for just as any good mother would, his bloodline continues here, somewhere in Shambhala. By offering up the scion of Johann, I can prove that my love for Teresia is indeed my own. Perhaps proves that there's more than borrowed emotions tugging on my heartstrings. The only way I can feel certain is that I'm not driven by something so trivial as by putting a decisive end to Johann's bloodline as proof of my absolute devotion. By now, you must know who it is, without me having to say a word.
I've heard enough! I won't let you. I will never let you do it. I chose to let Johann live. I made my decision.
I see. And you have chosen for Teresia to die.
That's right. I won't sit idly by. I won't let you deny who I am. Your soul is fetid, Valeria. You accepted a monster's body, so you could be strong!
Of course, you are no different, my dear Riza. Then I take it my assumption was correct? You couldn't love Isaac because he was too much like his father. But as a failure in that regard, Johann could be loved. I knew it, you were never a real mother. Even a 3-legged bitch on the street can give birth and then abandon her litter to die.
Now come, Cain!
So that's how it is. Are you prepared for your demise? I suppose if you met your end here, it would prevent Teresia's tender heart from breaking.
Fights the arrogant tone from such a broken man!
It appears one of the swastikas has been opened elsewhere. Bay, most likely. So that makes 4. 5 once we're done here. When 8 are opened, my dream will come true! Lord Hydric will grant my wish! My family will return to me! We'll bring them back to life!
You think he's gonna bring back your dead family?
You heard me. Impossible, right? I know that's what you think. But what if I told you that once you die, it isn't over? What would you do? All it takes is the wholesale slaughter of the few thousand people whose names you never have to know. And you can be reunited with the ones you love, those torn from you. How could you refuse such a great deal when it's in front of you waiting to be taken? You'd be a fool to! That is the miracle I long for. The gold beyond price that Lord Hydric will give me. What else can I do?
That's insane. Do you realize how crazy everything you're saying sounds? If they were really that important to you, if you loved them half as much as you say, would you really do such horrible things in their name? Think about it. If you have to pay for it with a few thousand lives, How in the hell can you tell me that it's beyond price? That's your gold? Don't make me laugh. Your great deal isn't a bargain, Kay. It only lowers the value of all the things you claim to love.
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!
You're wrong. What do you know about it? What the hell do you know about me?
Disgusting. You lose, little girl. And you're quite the orator, aren't you? That was an impressive speech. Now come. Bastard child of Karl Croft. I will be the one to judge the blade that has been offered up to Lord Heydrich. And if I find the edge is dull, not even your bones shall remain.
In the days of the Second World War, my great-grandfather, skilled at the forge, was invited to Germany, tasked with the replication of the Holy Lance. In and of itself, that wasn't particularly strange. In order to protect famous relics from wear and theft, replicas were often used in displays. It was a rather standard precaution. But there was a miscalculation. Or perhaps, it's quite possible that what happened had been the plan all along. It seems my great-grandfather was too capable. He had made more than a mere replica. The new Holy Lance he had crafted possessed and killed him. The founder of blacksmithing, Tubal Cain, one of several titles he was given. Thereafter, members of the Sakurai bloodline have been possessed by that cursed blade, and have been part of the Black Round Table. Even with their souls sucked out, their corpses keep moving. When they decay, the lance moves on to the next Sakurai, a never-ending cycle. One day, my turn will come. But there was someone who tried to save me from that fate.
You don't have to worry about anything at all, okay? I'm going to put an end to all of this. You're going to be happy from here on out. And that's a promise. You got it?
Yeah! I love you, Kai and Beatrice. I want to be with you forever.
It's frustrating to think how stupid and naive I was back then. I knew nothing at all. With no way to comprehend what he was talking about, I just expected everything to stay the same. But then, in the blink of an eye, the people I loved were gone. That's why I wanted to take it all back. I would do anything to see them again, no matter how great the sacrifice. I loved them. My brother, Beatrice.
Well, this is an unexpected issue. It appears Semiel felt the urge to make an appearance. Why don't we suspend hostilities, for now? We haven't the time for this. Is she here on orders? Sent by our lord to open the fifth swastika. The target has been set and lined up in the crosshairs. Just look. It's quite obvious that you are her quarry. If you make one wrong move, I fear Samiel will pull the trigger. But I seem to have gone unnoticed so far. That said...
You want me to put Johann's bloodline under your protection for now?
Correct. What do you think?
Not happening.
Why not? Do you really trust me so little, Risa? Or is it Samiel? I suspect you may be trying to put on a brave face now that she's here to observe you. That's ridiculous. You need to be smarter about this, my dear. How many people have you let die because of your penchant for indecision?
You've lost the ability to read the hearts of others, Valeria. You're too far gone. A lifetime ago, you were a weak man. At times, even pathetic. But I like that about you. It was so very human. But I know the shame it made you feel. Tenderness isn't a masculine trait. You threw yourself away only to become this.
It isn't very wise to say that sort of thing.
Perhaps. But we've both proven what fools we really are. Thinking we have the power to protect anyone is pure arrogance. Which is why I choose Ren Fuji for the job. He'll protect Johann's grandchild. Unlike you, Valeria, I am not scum. Real men protect their women. It's really quite simple. You stand right there and be a good little boy. I'll keep my eye on you. If you move, Cain will attack. Even a rodent as capable as yourself can stay concealed while using his energy to fight.
Get back here, Risa. Now! Unfortunate.
What sort of trickery are you trying to pull off, Brenna? No matter. Now get on your feet, Leonhardt. You have my permission to move. Apparently, that Zeppelin-chested harlot would like to have a word with me, but I have no intention whatsoever of listening. Handle that situation for me.
Yes, ma'am.
Now back to you. I told you to prove to me that you have worth in battle. That won't happen if you just stand there. Or maybe you want to see what I'm capable of first. Solid instincts. You might pass my test. But is running away all that you can do? Got nothing, is that it? I would suggest you try not to disappoint me. If you're stupid enough to want to face Lord Heydrich in your current state, you deserve the death he'll deliver. I was given instructions to test your strength, but nothing was said about keeping you alive. Let's see if you have what it takes to survive my testing. Open fire! Thank you for this demonstration. You're very enthusiastic. However, this is a problem. You won't be able to continue your testing if you keep lying on the ground. Break time is over. Stand back up. Lord Heydrich isn't nearly as friendly as I am. If you're a hero, then makes the impossible happen. You either find your things when you need them, or you don't. Those are the two types of people that exist in this world, and I wonder, which one are you? I see, so that's the way it is. Your guardian angel arrives to overcome what stands before you. That works too. Earning the love of a goddess is often required of a classic hero. How delightful it is to see you again, my lady. Please allow me to introduce myself. Eleanor von Wittenberg, one of Lord Heydrich's elite guards. You interrupt our business with that expression on your face. I wonder, what is your objective here? I know what mine is.
Just keep away from Ren. I won't let you do anything to hurt him.
So what? Does that mean you're ready to take on all three of us to protect your little friend?
No, just you. You're the only one here with that sort of intention.
That's true. You've got the point. The situation looks that way to me too. I respect my enemies more than so-called allies incapable of overcoming conflict on the battlefield. Now then, what do we do?
You have ultimate command here, Samuel. I will follow the orders you give me. I have no opinion of my own.
That's the way it should be. And what about you, Brenna? How do you want to handle things?
How typical. You weren't a part of this mission from the beginning, but now you've come to take command. Why don't you stay out of this, Eleanor? Leon, you should know Samuel's an immortal. The magic of the Golden Blessing can either be used for resurrection or for granting one immortality. She sacrificed all the souls she needed in the Battle of Berlin, and has had her wish granted. So I insist that you not cause any trouble. I have a claim to every last human soul that remains in the building. After all, I can't imagine that you need any more now, do you?
You aren't wrong. If I had to choose, I really don't need them. However, Lord Heidrich gave me instructions. He tasked me personally with seeing the Fifth Swastika opened. Give it a rest, Brenna. You cannot fool me. I've known you for far too long, and I can tell what you're thinking. I don't know your reasoning exactly, but there's somebody out there you don't want to let die. You may lack the resolve needed to reduce this place to ashes. But I have no compunctions in following through with my orders. Wait, stop! Be quiet. It's a bit late to mention this, but I've hated you for a long time. After all, it was Kirkheisen that always stopped us from fighting. But she's no longer with us. Pay close attention, girl. I'll give you an order that even someone as stupid as you can understand. If that wrench so much as moves, kill her. If you want the glory of opening the Fifth Swastika, then you can kill each other over it, Brenna. I'd imagine you're quite used to getting rid of brats by now, aren't you? If I happen to see you lurking around when I've completed my work here, I'll leave nothing of you behind but cinders. Now, where were we? In order to get the proverbial ball rolling, I need for this young man to make a move. To instigate things with these half-wits. Think you could wake him up?
I won't, and you can't make me.
Oh, really? You're going to stand between me and him. I'd like to ask you something, if I may. Do you truly understand what it means to fight? To put yourself in harm's way? You wouldn't be surprised if you'd listened. I'm immortal, remember? You do not intend to take a life, and you aren't prepared to. As long as that remains the case, you can't hope to slay the Einherjar of Valhalla.
That's not it. I don't care about what you're saying, I just want to become the Fifth. Which means I won't let Ren go anywhere. And same with Kasumi. They matter to me.
You long to be with him, so you'll stay close in whatever manner you can. How ridiculous. You made a wish, but haven't paid the price for it yet. If you desire something greater for your future, you must show the necessary resolve. My duty is to sharpen the blades that will be offered up to my master, the great Lord Heidrich. But will you shatter under stress? Why don't we find out?
Spain! It hurts! So bad! Ren, is this what you've been having to endure this entire time? I'm so sorry. I didn't understand what you were going through. I made you handle everything on your own. How can you work so hard? How can you keep taking all of this? Tell me, Ren. I listen because I want to be like you.
Glad you're awake again. How are you holding up, boy?
Damn you! Who the hell do you think you are, hitting her like that? I'll tear you apart!
I apologize for that. I was simply following my master's orders. However, it appears the approach worked quite well.
Poor thing. I'm so sorry. This is all my fault. That had to have hurt.
It didn't bother me at all. Let's fight together, and let's defeat her. I'm going to do whatever I can to keep you safe. Now listen to me, witch. Don't you dare hit my Ren. We'll make you pay for this.
So tell me, what exactly do you think you're doing?
Following my orders. I was told to keep an eye on you.
Think very carefully about the situation, Leonhard. The way things are going here, everybody will be killed. Eleanor is charging up. We're in the middle of a countdown.
Tell me, was she ever close with Beatrice?
Yeah, she was a direct superior. But they were almost like sisters. And yet, knowing that hasn't changed your impression of Eleanor at all. Run while you still can.
Why would I turn around and run right now with no guarantee that you won't attack me the moment my blade is no longer pointed at your throat?
If you do not trust me, then I'll just say it, while there's time. Father Treffer, he's here right now inside the hospital. I left my means of attack. Tubal Cain is minding him as we speak.
You weren't able to make it. Too bad. Let's see if you're strong enough to withstand what's next.
What?
Quite a lot is at stake here. Who saves whom today is more important than you could ever realize. I hope you accept my apology, Fuji. I know this desire of mine is rather selfish. But if you can, I'd like you to try and save Rhea.
Kasumi? Why do this?
So that's what's going on. You've underestimated me, Brenna. As you wish. I'll blow you away!
Oh, Isaac. Johan. Rhea. I'm so sorry. My darling children. Auf Wiedersehen.
It's gonna get us! How can I... Formation is followed by creation. I have to harness my own desire. I want to make time stand still. I want everything to stop!
Insolent whelp. What makes you think you can get away?
Fall back, Samuel. You have completed your assigned mission.
Understood. Don't worry, mein Kameraden. I have no desire to poach your prey. so. I'll admit things got a little hot during the course of testing. It's in my nature. Sorry. By the way, Machina, what happened to Schreiber?
He's with the Sonnengen, no doubt. Lord Heydrich now plans to open the Sixth Swastika by himself.
Oh, that should be interesting. What do you know? I found a rat. He's the only Azavan who can withstand the heat of my flames. Now then, what to do about him?
Oh my, it seems I've been discovered. Fuji, did you see them? Those two work very closely with Lord Heydrich. Even though we all belong to the same order, they are my mortal enemies. Anyway, let us move on. I'd like to suggest an alliance between us. I will tell you everything I know. Risa is no longer with us. Why not join forces and take revenge on those monsters?
What's this?
I love you so much. Will you marry me?
Are you serious about this?
Yeah. My colleague's death was rather unexpected. And the poor boy desperately needs a place to call home. I know it'll make things more difficult for you, but please.
Daddy! Mommy! Look! Look!
All right. Let's give that poor child a good home. I think Kasumi will be overjoyed to have a new brother. So tell me, what's his name?
Ren?
Yes, that's right. And he's going to be part of our family, so be sure to treat him well.
Go ahead, darling. Say hello to him.
Hello, I'm Kasumi.
Calm down, you
Reading
two.
aloud! Stop it now, both of you!
But he should apologize to me!
Yeah, for you, this is how our twisted story began. And now, beloved factor of self-destruction, I will share with you the requisite conditions to be the star of the show. One of God's featured playthings. Every man has his own path that fate leads him down. For example, there are those hunters who are destined to always have their favorite quarry stolen out from under them. And others, forever unable to escape from the depths of their own soulless husk. And thus, they desperately grab at the legs of others, only pulling them to their death, like a drowning man flailing and sputtering for air. I'm only describing the two with whom you've interacted, but they have been quite entertaining in their own way. As Shakespeare once said, all the world's a stage, and all the men and women merely players. In other words...
Shut up! Who the hell are you? You keep going off on all this crap I never asked about! I don't give a damn about your moody poetry!
I suppose the question you want answered is why you are still alive. But that's a foolish question for you to ask. You should already be well aware of the answer. As long as you feel that sense of déjà vu, Death will never be able to claim you. And as impossible as it sounds, it's true. You cannot die. Because I won't let you perish before your work is done.
You what?
I suppose I should start from the beginning. When you were a young boy, a seemingly minor change occurred in your life that would set your course. It began with the arrival of your new neighbor, Ren Fuji. What did you think of him that first time?
Nothing. He just seemed kinda gloomy.
Indeed. But was that all you thought about him? Nothing more? If so, then why did you build a friendship with him in the first place? One that has lasted to this very day. You remember that sensation you first felt that day, at that precise moment? That twinge at the back of your mind?
It felt like I'd done it before.
Yes. That was the moment when your déjà vu first began. The father in this sordid tale didn't have what most might call an average background. His role was to cultivate a subject of vital importance in a project I'd first envisioned during the height of the Second World War. He also set about the business of incorporating another special bloodline as well. Eugenics is what they call it. Put simply, both of your childhood friends were born as a result of decades of planning and genetic coordination. Ironic, is it not? You, the greatest rule breaker of them all, were actually the most normal among your friends. Just your luck, eh? If you had never been involved with them, you would have been able to die like any other human.
What the hell are you getting at? Are you trying to make me believe killing that old bastard wasn't even my decision?
Well, that is the truth. You were never intended to be a part of this plan. So the question remains thus: why did you become the murderer? A central character in our macabre play. Or perhaps I should put it another way. Who was it that stood to gain the most from the death of the cruel father? If Ren had spoken up about what was happening to him, Kasumi would have been devastated. Thus, when he decided to suffer in silence, his feelings were genuine. But all things have front and back sides. His wish to destroy his false everyday life was also genuine. However, you were able to take its place, to both rescue it and destroy it. Just as my dear friend is to me, you, the manifestation of the urge for ruination, the self-destruction factor, that is the role you must play. I will not allow you to die as long as you are useful to me, and as long as you don't overextend your déjà vu. Show me the unforeseen conclusion I've longed for. That is the reason I've gifted you with such incredible power and uncanny luck.
Damn, you really think I'm gonna believe that your pompous ass is God, and me and everybody else are just toys for you to play with? You can take that and shove it up your ass! I believe you're that much of a dick, but Ren isn't.
His friendship with you is both true and important. And you can be certain that the feelings I have for my friend and counterpart are exactly the same as the ones my son holds for you. Like the fleeting thought of falling from a high place, or lacerating oneself whilst handling a blade. No matter how hard we try, we always build a destructive relationship. As you know. From the moment you picked up that blade, you brought his normal life to an end. Which brings us here. I am hoping that you choose to disrupt things once again. I'm counting on it.
the hospital's direction, I think. Easy, girl. Don't push yourself too hard. I'm sure it must be taking its toll on your poor body. Each time a Schwarzstücker opens up, you feel pains in your stomach, right? It's almost as if you were pregnant. There's no way I could be carrying a child inside me. I've never even had sexual intercourse. I'm a virgin as pure as the snow. Does that sound about right? I thought you would like to know Risa has passed away. How's that make you feel? The rumor is, Risa was actually your great-grandmother. Were you aware? Guess I can chalk that one down as a no. It's fine. It's nothing for you to worry your pretty little head about. To be honest, she was a very evil woman. All the pain you're suffering through right now is a direct result of the choices that she made. So laugh at her demise, child. Go ahead.
That's enough. Be quiet. I don't want to hear another word coming out of your mouth.
Oh, how adorable. Just because you're going to die in the very near future doesn't mean you should get so sensitive about every little thing. I, for one, am not planning to die. I'll sacrifice you, Risa, and thousands of others if it means I'll live forever. And I won't even think twice about what I've done. Got it? Don't look at me like that, you sow!
Hey, it looks like your stomach hurts too. Maybe you ate something really bad.
Hello. I decided to drop in. Tell me, Marlius, do you believe that certain things happen because of fate? Whenever I take aim at something of late, it either escapes, or the damn thing dies, or someone else claims it as their own. A hell of a predicament, huh?
Hold it! Do you really want to fight me? Because I killed your little boy toy? I want an answer! Damn you!
Seriously? You killed him? You honestly expect me to believe that?
What are you implying? Of course I killed him!
No, I don't buy it. That would be impossible. I couldn't even kill that slippery biker bastard. So that means... he's right there, isn't he?
That doesn't make any sense. I'm afraid you've lost your mind, Faye. Let me put you out of your misery! This just can't be. This is impossible.
What did I tell you? Come on out, kids! I knew you wouldn't let me down! We've got unfinished business, you and I! Yeah, good stuff! You pilfered that little move off of Malleus, didn't you? Just what I hoped for. I believed this would happen. I just knew you'd evolve. You spouted off a lot of crap about déjà vu. But even you can't say you've seen anything like this before! As you preserve, my lover, and remember I alone know you. The one my love causes to rot. Rosen Cavalier! Schwarzsword!
Hello, Anna. Been a while, hasn't it? Just like old times.
What? Is that you? Schreiber? Schreiber, you have to help! Please! I think I'm going to die! No, wait! Please don't go! I love you, Schreiber! You can't just leave me behind to die!
I never knew. You loved me? Really?
Yeah, so please, darling, I need your help now. I don't want to die. I want to live you and die together, because I love you.
I understand. I just never knew. Anna, I love you too.
I'm happy. Promise that your Orpheus will take me out.
It's wonderful! I love the way this feels! I never knew what I was missing! I'll slaughter the beast that did this to my Liebchen! So tragically poignant, and yet dreadfully romantic! My love! I've never killed anyone for this reason before! I will avenge you! You may die, but our love never will!
What do you think you're doing, miscreant? Leave my dear villain be!
You two haven't met yet, have you? Allow me to introduce Helga, both my sister and my mother.
Willy. Oh, my treasured little boy, Wilhelm. I won't let anyone be close to you. And if they all kill them, with your every last one!
Yeah, she can be a bit overprotective. Whenever I get too excitable, she comes out.
God damn, you really are one crazy motherfucker.
Don't you dare speak such way to my son!
I love it. Keeps the good stuff coming, kid. I want more, so don't stop. That was all right for an appetizer, but now it's time for the main course.
Yeah? Well, save room for the ass-kicking I'm serving you.
Schreiber, let me go!
Quiet down. You're in my way. I think it's about time you got lost. I'm here for him.
Not yet! No!
I must say you've surprised me. I can't believe Bray lost to you like that. I swear I never would have imagined that outcome.
Look, you're the one who killed him, Patch.
That's not important. You're responsible for this, yeah? I guess our love was like ships passing in the night. But I still have to avenge her death.
So I'm going to kill you for what you did.
Help me. Please help me. It hurts. Please, Viper. I don't want to die.
Once she's dead, I will seek my revenge. Run away while you still can. It doesn't matter where you hide, I'll find you and then rip you to pieces. We'll meet again soon. You have the word of Wolfgang Schreiber, Einherjar of Lord Heydrich, a fallen warrior lifted by Valkyries into golden Valhalla.
In our world, a man's desires can be made flesh. The stronger the desire, the truer this is. It's a rather simple concept. I'm sure you understand, old friend.
Of course. But still.
Yeah, flowers wilt and die. Alas, no being yet exists who can enforce his will upon the world for all eternity.
That would require a true miracle of God. What could be a more extraordinary circumstance than to allow a person's will to blanket the universe, and then shape it as they alone see fit? Extraordinary, but not impossible, yeah.
Indeed. It can be achieved through the magic that I shared with you, structured among 4 different levels of mastery.
Activity, formation, creation, emanation.
Think of them as following the miracles of God in reverse order. That is to say, the higher the level, the closer you are to the very root of God. Creation seems liberating, but there are still limits to how you can maintain what you create.
If one reaches emanation, those fall away. God declared, "Let there be light," and thus all things began to flow from him. The laws that govern this world of ours all came to be in such a manner, did they not?
Primary among them is one which I call eternal recurrence, an existence where everything repeats in an unending cycle.
And that explains our sense of déjà vu, a constant remembrance of the many versions of ourselves that came before. I can assume the only way to finally be rid of it is to remove God from his throne.
That is correct. And that is your true purpose in this life, why it is paramount you reach the emanation level. This is the same way in which the current god of our world took his place. He destroyed his predecessor and claimed divine sovereignty.
So you believe that even God himself can be replaced? That he too falls victim to the cycle?
You're correct once again. The show is over and it's time to leave the stage. When you say it aloud, it sounds quite simple. The natural order of things. My friend, I don't consider myself to have lied back then. I wholeheartedly believe that you can kill me, and that is exactly what I want to happen. However, the ultimate conclusion for which I long is to relinquish the throne to another, one who is truly worthy.
Is that all the time you needed?
Yeah, for now at least. Let's go. So, Rhea is the nun's great-granddaughter?
Yeah, although Theresia herself is unaware of this fact. Riza was in the Lebensborn, a farm of sorts that viewed its goal as rather noble. They were attempting to bring humanity to what they deems the next level of evolution. It's what's more commonly known as eugenics. Rhys's ambition was to create a new race, one that possessed superhuman powers. Unfortunately for all those involved, the program was a failure. The children couldn't handle their newfound abilities and broke down like overheated machines. So many poor innocent souls lost in those experiments. And so much blood staining Rhys's hands.
Well, that explains something.
Yeah. Her wish was to bring those children back to life. At that point, her research delved further into madness. Isaac was a result of such efforts. He was Rhys's child and Theresia's grandfather. Also a component of the swastika, a city-sized relic. His function was to activate it and strengthen Lord Heidrich's world. A human sacrifice, to put it plainly. Rhys was so desperate to save those little lambs she'd led to slaughter. She was even willing to offer up her own son.
But if it's actually true that Isaac was consumed by Reinhardt way back then, I don't understand how Rhea was even born.
The only part of Isaac's that merged with Heidrich was his soul. His body remained. You can imagine how it was accomplished.
Eugenics.
Yeah. I'm sure you've heard this by now, but the Berlin swastika wasn't quite enough. Thus the process must be repeated once more. What's needed now is a second Isaac, so to speak. And that's...
It's Rhea, isn't it? But Rhys told me to save her too. It was one of the very last things she said, as far as I know. I guess, despite her past, she came up with her own answer in the end.
You can agree that a woman's mind is a terribly complicated thing, yeah? Ultimately, quelling that internal discord was Rhys's highest priority in her final moments. We came extremely close to killing each other back at the hospital, but I fear she was the one who tasted victory. However, we can share in that triumph. See it through to the end. Indeed, that is what she tasked you with. I'm sure you understand the reality, that the most effective way to seal Lord Heidrich is to kill Theresia, remove the sacrificial offering. With that being said, how will you proceed?
Well, I'm surprised that you even have to ask that question of me, Father. And you?
I'm of the same mind, of course. I must protect Theresia.
So does that mean you'll give up your wish? I'm a little surprised that you don't have somebody you're trying to bring back too. Because between saving Rhea's life and seeing your wish come true, you're gonna have to make the choice of one or the other.
There's never just one way, Fuji. Even in this conundrum. The ritual to be performed is one known as the Golden Alchemy. And there are several crucial components to it. Obviously, at its very core is Theresia. But we can destroy some of the others. If that happens, the gold will be incomplete, meaning she won't have to die. My wish can only come true because the miracle is incomplete. Listen to this. All your dead loved ones will return. Everyone will live happily ever after. Do you believe that Reinhard Heydrich, of all people, would truly give us such a world? Everyone is being naive. In their greed for the gold, they sign their names to the devil's contract. But the love of destruction only leads one down the path towards more war.
Oh man, I'm running so late! Out of my way!
Kinda rude, don't you think? What's with the big rush, anyhow?
Because you've been in here for like forever. I'm surprised they haven't fired you yet.
Yeah, maybe I'm not the most punctual employee, but I'm doing the best I can for our family.
Yeah. Well, you better be careful not to mess things up. You think Beatrice wants to be with some jobless bum? See ya! I know. This is all just a dream. This stupid dream that only fools me into believing a normal life is somehow still possible. That's why I had to put my faith in a miracle. Because it's that important to me. The warmth I felt, The love they shared meant everything, so I can't waver. No matter what obstacles I may face, who I fight, who I have to kill, no matter what I may risk, I know that I have to remain strong, unwavering, resolute. I have to believe in it. I was dreaming. It was so mundane, but so beautiful. Just everyday life. So outside how things really are for us. We were a happy family, like we should be.
You know, it feels kind of like I've been playing the role of bad guy here, and that's totally not my style.
I'll spare you the excruciating details. Just knows that 5 elements are necessary for the golden alchemy to be successful. The first is Teresia, and the second after that would be Lord Heidrich's relic itself. We have decided against removing the former, and the latter cannot be destroyed.
Well, then what about the other 3?
You saw the battalion leaders of the Black Round Table, did you not? Just defeat a single one of them, which is a Herculean task in and of itself. Thus we need an alliance. I propose that we try to bring Leonhardt over to our side. There seems to be some room to negotiate with her.
Hey, how's it hanging, old buddy?
You're here?
It seems as though he took over Malleus from the inside. I distinctly remember saying that the both of you were oddities. Anyway, I can only imagine you've come because you're looking for a fight. Very well, I suppose I can indulge you. I'm sure you know, but this is a golden opportunity for you.
I don't know if I can take much of this. And why do you look like you're enjoying yourself?
I'm sorry, but I miss the conversations of children.
Father!
This is gonna get even weirder, isn't it?
Now, Leonhardt, I think that you may be misreading the situation we have here. Fuji and I would like...
Was that a thunderbolt?
Oh dear, got me.
No way.
You gotta be kidding! How tough is this dude?
He's merely following the orders Risa gave before she left her earthly plane. I did tell you about her spat. We were at the brink of killing one another when our paths crossed that final time. Give up! The Grail cannot be destroyed, so save your energy. Although I doubt you have any mind remaining to comprehend it. Fuji, I'd like for you to help me if it's at all possible. That's within the bounds of our current relationship, yeah?
Well...
Can you please convince this fellow to stop?
I mean, I knew it, but seeing it in person like this is still pretty freaky. Father Goldilocks really is the Grail, isn't he?
Say what?
What's her name over there kinda just mentioned it, but I stole a lot of stuff from that little Nazi vampire chick. Most of it was in the form of information, so I've actually got a pretty good idea of what in the hell's going on. If you ask me, teaming up with that guy would be an epically dumbass thing to do even for you. There's a reason he can take all this.
I don't get it. Why won't you just die already? I don't understand why you're doing this! Tell me what you want!
Seriously? Come now. You don't know this. Ask yourself this question, and I'm certain you'll find the answer. Do you truly wish to join Lord Heidrich in Valhalla, and be counted among his most trusted Einherjar?
I'm just... not sure.
Now then, Mr. Fuji. It seems it will prove difficult for us to cooperate officially. But our task remains unchanged. In order to save our dear Teresia, we must defeat the 3 battalion leaders as we had previously discussed. We'll do it tomorrow evening. It's a church. I expect you to give it your all.
Hold on! You think that you can just walk away?
Before you arrive, you must learn about the emanation level, which is above the creation level. It's not all that difficult. Just let it flow, as the word implies.
Whoa, Ren! Hey! Ren, you okay?
Ren.
This world is ruled by laws. Chief among them is the law of eternal recurrence. I created this universe according to my laws, but I can no longer stop of my own will. Therefore, I have waited a countless number of times for the birth of the one who would take my place, for someone who's worthy to sit upon this sacred throne. Marguerite, after all this time, I am certain that I created this eternal recurrence for one purpose, and that was so I could meet you, living under this stifling law, where everything repeats itself and nothing is unknown. Meeting you was the one repeated act that truly brought joy to my weary soul time and time again. That being said, I can no longer rein in my strongest desire, the longing for self-destruction that burns within me. But I ask that you let your nature as a goddess flow throughout the universe. Its emptiness exists solely so you can fill it. I have made the necessary preparations. All that's left is for you to grant my wish. My sweet beloved flower. Something wrong?
Oui, there seems to be quite a lot that's wrong. But for me, I fear that I'm too strange. It never troubled me this much before, but meeting you changed me somehow. I've begun to think more about myself and all the people I've encountered throughout my life. Now I see. I understand what Cagliostro told me before. This world we live in is constantly repeating itself over and over again with no sign of stopping. Instead of death being the end, I'll simply return to my mother's belly, to be born and live the exact same life as I did before. But if that's true, I don't belong as I am. Ghosts cannot exist in this world. So I feel out of place and crazy. What am I?
There are two big parts of my life I can't talk about. The first is all these memories that I can't explain. I guess they're from my previous life. I remember a me who's different from who I am now. Someone who lived and died in a different time. It gets pretty hazy at the end. But I know it's more than just a dream. And if it's real, then I'm just as crazy as you are. I'm breaking the rules of this world the same way.
You're different, Ren. It's true you may be a bit crazy, but there's nothing wrong with who you are. There's something about your soul that's beautiful. Spending time with you makes me so happy. I'd stay with you for eternity if I could, but I'm afraid that if I were to stay, it would be bad for you. I'd get in your way.
The second secret I carry with me. It's bad. When I was a little boy, I saw somebody get killed right before my very eyes, and that image has haunted me ever since that day. I can never say anything about it, because if I were to let it out, it would hurt Kasumi. It makes me feel like such a damn coward. To be perfectly frank, even though they weren't a good person, sometimes I wish they'd come back so I wouldn't have to keep lying. that's not right either. I suppose what I'm really trying to say is that I can't run from ghosts or things that can carry the weight of the past anymore. And I'm glad that I have you right here by my side. Meeting you's changed my life. It's a wonderful thing.
So the fact that I'm not a normal girl actually makes you happy? You're saying you like that about me? You are strange. I can't deny that about you. But still, in my heart I feel as though I'm nothing more than a burden. Because of me, you've been in too many dangerous and scary situations. I know all of it's caused you so much pain and suffering. I'd be crying if I were you. But through all of this, you've never complained. Tell me why? Why are you always so sweet and kind to me?
A fair question. And normally I would be complaining a little bit, at least.
You think so?
Well, can I?
Of course. I want you to share all your feelings with me.
Thank you so much, Marie. There's something you've made me finally realize. As long as I can remember, I've always wondered how I could atone for my sins. You've given me the answer I was looking for. It's not for the dead to come back to life, or to repeat the same thing for the rest of time. There's a way to do it that's only possible because I met you, and protecting that is the real reason I was put on this earth in the first place.
There really is another way. I hope you're right.
Then I shall also be praying for that wish to come true, Goddess of Twilight, eternal feminine that draws us on high.
Tricia. Finally awake, I see. How are you feeling, Fräulein?
Who are you?
My name is Eleanor von Wittenberg. An old friend of Brenna's, so you can relax.
If that's true, can you tell me if she was really my great-grandmother?
She was indeed. And I ended her life with the greatest of care. You may not fully grasp this idea, but it was a way of showing her the depth of my friendship. If you want to honor her, you need to do your job as well.
I need to do my job?
That's right. However, I'm afraid it will take more than just my words to convince you. This is our destiny. So say goodbye to the life you've been living. Tie up any loose ends you may have left and find your answers. It's best to move on with no regrets. I'll stay out of your way, I promise.
Being an absconder during wartime carries a heavy penalty. I'm sure you are there. Choose 10 of them. That should be sufficient, as payment for your crime. Or would you rather we take all? What shall it be, Father? That's eins. Drei. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. That makes 10. Excellent work, Father. Now I ask that you come with us. I have a very important role for you to play.
What are you doing? I thought your plan was to join Fuji at the church. To fight. So I want to know, why would you go out of your way to bring her here? You've got some other scheme in mind, don't you, Father? I suspect you came because you knew that I'd be here. Maybe you'll tell me this. About Kai. What's the real reason why he's trying to kill you? Answer me!
Why is he so enraged? I imagine it's because of her.
I don't believe that garbage about the Babylon program! This is him! I know it! I can feel his heart! What in the hell did you do to him?!
I merely asked him to die. You and Kirkheisen were plotting their own little rebellion against Lord Heydrich. Since that would have disrupted my plans, I couldn't allow it to happen. He was a warrior, so it's surprising he would take a loss so personally. Or, once this is more likely to be the case, it's because I turned the young girl he wanted so desperately to shield from this life into a warrior just like him.
Bastard!
You hate me as well, don't you, Lionheart? I understand your feelings. You see, hatred has held me prisoner for a long time. I cannot forgive myself for what I've done, the sins I've committed. Thus, my punishment has been one of eternal torment. I seek no blessing or absolution. My soul cannot be saved. I shall shoulder this burden alone until the end of time itself. Forever suffering. I sought strength above all other things. Why did those innocents die? Why could I not stop it from happening? The answer is self-evident. It's because of my foolishness and weakness. I wished for strength. I wanted to be an unbreakable vessel. If I was, I could protect those poor souls time and time again. The Grail was my deepest desire made flesh. The way to offer eternal salvation unto those who would be denied, and to offer eternal atonement unto myself. You want the things you hold most dear to return, to embrace them again and never let go. I too share these same powerless and desperate feelings. However, as long as you kneel before Lord Heydrich, you will only be granted eternal war. Those you cherish will stay trapped in hell. Thus, I cannot allow the emanation of Valhalla to happen, when the only goals that I shall collect will be the resurrection of the dead. My most treasured and beloved swan, hear my plea. Behold this horn, this sword, this ring. I beseech that you bestow upon him all three.
No! Please, you have to stop this now! It doesn't need to happen like this, Father!
My, how fortuitous. Your arrival makes things much simpler. This is very taxing for me, and now I won't have to do it a second time in one day.
Take cover! Do it now!
There's no reason to be afraid, dear Teresia. I'll be able to save you, I promise. I made a wish to become the strongest person I knew. A being who could withstand any onslaught from any foe. That man, of course, is Reinhard Heydrich. What I love can never be destroyed!
Monster! I'll stop you!
Come to me! Rhea Vanaheim! Golden Sun Loincleave! Yeah. If I use this instrument to sever the cords connecting you to Isaac, then the swastika will be forced to choose the next in line to serve as its fool. Once that's in.
You've revealed your inferior nature, Shrine. It seems you've forgotten your place. Your desire may be as strong as you can muster, but you will never reach Lord Heydrich. Now prepare to die, vile traitor. Hell awaits you.
I think they must have blown us off. No sign of Rhea, either.
If they're not here...
They're at the school or the tower. Those are the only two swastikas left, yeah? Here we go. The old we gotta split up bit, eh? We're strapped for time. And there's only one bike.
I understand. You are determined to uphold your warrior's honor. And that means battling Fuji as soon as possible, yeah? So I assume that you would consider facing off against me a waste of time.
Yes, that's right. I believe he and I are destined to meet on the battlefield for my final fight. So it must be on the ultimate stage. And right now, you are standing in my way, Grail. Which is why I must remove you by force!
It's hopeless. We know that you can survive this. But what about the others? I can see to it that no harm comes to this one. But as for the rest, they're not my concern. Stay strong, Machina. You needn't worry about annihilation. I'm quite sure of that.
I'll be fine. For now, at least.
I know what you're up to. You're trying to use the Twin. The incomplete Sonnenkind of Johann's bloodline. And if she is used to activate the Swastika, the Golden Alchemy is destined to fail. You plan to seal Lord Heydrich and at the same time attain the resurrection of the dead, yeah? Well, it doesn't matter now. It's over, Christoph. This is where your pilgrimage ends. I suppose you'd like an explanation for this, wouldn't you? At his core burns a pure self-loathing that fuels his madness. His weakness costs him dearly. So he wished for strength. This wish grew into an obsession consuming him. He thought he could achieve this strength by becoming one whose power was without match. Reinhard Heydrich. He became our leader's replacement, clad in gold. In fact, the body that he now inhabits belongs to the Exalted One, Lord Heydrich himself. So, you see, that's where his incredible resistance comes from. Lord Heydrich's entire army lives deep within the Grail. They give him power that even I can't contend with. But Machina is a different beast altogether. His fists shatter all they touch. Picture it this way. It's like a great dam breaking. And once it is finally breached, the soldiers of Valhalla will come pouring out into our world. And that's where your job begins, Fräulein. You are to paint everything you see in Lord Heydrich's colors. While we are on the subject of duty, Leonhard, I seem to be quite a distraction for you.
What you just said about Lord Heydrich. Tell me, what did you mean when you spoke about the resurrection of the dead?
Are you that stupid? It means becoming like me, of course. Lord Heydrich's domain is known as Valhalla, and it is inhabited solely by his Einherjar. They are champions. Elite warriors who are born into that realm and battle for all of eternity. A place that is filled with war. A blood-soaked, glorious paradise. When the golden alchemy is completed, Lord Heydrich's desires will swallow this world. They will engulf it, and establish a new law over all who dwell here.
But if that's true, then nothing will ever change for me. I wanted to save them, so they wouldn't have to keep fighting, even after death. But this isn't what I was fighting for! Why I sacrificed everything I had!
Dummkopf. Your complete lack of understanding is what has failed you. Yeah. Think of life this way. It's much like fire. Everyone tries to keep it burning as long as they can. So what do they do then? They steal from others to add to their own small flame. That is what life means to them. But in truth, what you should do for those who've lost their fire is connect them with a raging inferno. To give them the glory of becoming one with Lord Heydrich and melting within the golden Valhalla. You should celebrate this. But I don't care how you feel. A thunderbolt!
I see. You expected this.
I had a sneaking suspicion, but this is a recent development.
How interesting. It seems we meet again. Kirchreisen. I have been granted the opportunity to save your wretched soul. We shall reunite in Valhalla. Until then, dear Valkyrie.
How could you? You bitch! You'll pay for this!
How splendid.
It will not matter now.
does stall things for a bit, he will be here without doubt. And when that time does come, will you be able to keep your natural impulses under control?
Idiot. You've made two fatal mistakes, mein Freund. Despite all your hope, the one you're waiting for won't make it in time.
Watch out! You did well. I let down my guard. Take this as your prize. It'll be yours anyway. Use it as best you can.
I shall let you live for now. At least until you're offered into the next swastika.
I've spent more time than I'd planned. However, my mission was still a success.
You may have bought time, but it matters not. For my desire is an unstoppable force! Death, oh glorious final death, savior of man! My heart, drowned in venom, ravaged by time, may beat its last within your embrace. May spear's wound, may venom's bane, all perish at your coming. What will you do now? Are you still only capable of spilling the blood of innocent children?
Damn you! You will not beat me, Machina! Because the Grail cannot die! I will box this purse for all eternity! Nothing will stand in my way! I must atone forevermore. I don't fish for death like you! Come to me! Bria Vanaheim! Golden Shroud Laundry!
Bria Midgard Forsunder Saga!
What excellent work, Grail. Now be reborn, live eternally within me. The promised hour is upon us, old friend.